Impeccable timing again. He's like a Swiss watch to finish in style.
22.
If you get more money than your daily salary, and this is a 1-2-2. Could go. Beautiful finish that from Arnie Spee.
He's got to go for it. He's found it. What a way to announce his presence. He will be focusing on the rivalry now rather than the friendship, as it's Fullwell.
Hudson takes the lead by putting a flick in it.
Hudson.
Good afternoon and welcome along to the Modus Super Series on this Thursday, a double session day here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where both Group C and B will get underway. Tonight we have got two of the top 10 players in terms of the Challenge Tour performance rankings in action. But this afternoon we've got a Group C which is very much open for interpretation. We've got former weekly winners in Teehan and Michels in action. And we have primetime Matthew Edgar alongside me to talk about all of the action. This is a group where for all 6 players, this Group C, which could be so open for interpretation.
I think the opening word that when we went live just there, drama, the drama begins. I think that is absolutely perfect and so fitting to what this group is going to be. It's going to be dramatic. There's going to be moments. There's going to be missed opportunities. There's going to be people take things maybe they shouldn't have. This is going to have lots of twists and turns. I think this is going to be, just like we saw with Group A, quite a bit of a split and a battle for the majority.
Let's talk about two of the players that dropped out of Group A. First of all, Michels had a very good day on Tuesday, but then the 2 days either side just never really correlated for him, did it?
He had a good day in terms of his results, but the performance wasn't there on a consistent level. And if he can find that, he will win this group with plenty in hand. When we look at Michels and we look at what he's done, not just in this room, but in rooms around the world, he is a quality operator when he gets going. And he hasn't quite found that level of consistency, but he's shown us the patches, he's shown us the bits, he's shown us the moments, he's shown us he's got the ingredients, which we already know anyway. And he is going to be a danger should he just find that little bit of consistency.
Teehan, what would be your assessment of his week so far?
Personally, I would say it's been a poor week for Teehan, but that's purely on the basis, and I say this in complimentary terms as it's been a poor week, because I expect more from him. From someone who's won 2 weeks now at the Super Series and played in Champions Week twice, you'd expect him to be looking at a group like this Group C now and go, I'm the man to beat, and I'm going to be the player that comes out of this group on top. Does he feel like that? I don't know if he does. Maybe he's too nice, or maybe he's just not got that confidence in his game at the moment to suggest that. But he should be looking at this group and thinking, I'm going to top this with something in hand.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket. If it is the first time you've joined us this week, Jeff Smith won Group A yesterday. Jim Long and Adam Mould will be in Group B later on tonight. But Group C is what we're going to be watching this afternoon. The 3 players coming in, Peter Hudson, Nick Fullwell and Shane Haywood. And I get the sense that for all 3 players, they're going to be sensing a real opportunity with this group.
That's the word I'm sure we're going to be using a lot of the time through the day in individual games, legs, moments, matches. There's always going to be an opportunity with this group, and that's what's going to make it so exciting and intriguing because yeah, I've just said Teehan probably should fancy himself as the favourite, but I don't believe he does. So that's going to make that really interesting. Really wide open group. Who's going to step up to the plate? It is there for the taking.
Well, you say Teehan, you think is a favourite. Let's see what the bookmakers think about that then, because they actually go with Michels. 6-4 to go on and win this group. And actually, we mentioned Teehan when we were preparing this morning at 13-5 and thought if there's any value anywhere, it's probably with him.
Yeah, I think the odds compilers have gone obviously for the safe options there with the 2 favourites. Of course, they're going to do so. Peter Hudson, Shane Haywood. Wouldn't surprise me to see those two maybe get themselves into the mix a little bit. Shane Haywood, when he was here last time, opening leg was a 1-6-4 finish. So we know he can settle very quickly up there on the stage. For Peter Hudson, he's played in 11 UK Opens. He knows what it takes. He's got the quality. He's had a tour card on multiple occasions, getting through Q School. Maybe if you want a little bit of value, Pete Hudson, but I just feel we'd see the best from Hudson if it wasn't a 2-day group.
It's 18+, it's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the session then, and it sees Peter Hudson, the Rock, in action. First time we've seen him here at the Live Lounge in a little while, and he's hoping to make it through to Saturday night. His first assignment of the week is a game against Arnie Spee, and prior to the action getting underway, I caught up with Peter. Peter, great to see you again here at the Modus Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's a competitive group. Should be pretty tight, to be honest with you. I don't think anyone's going to run away with it, so should be some good close games over the next couple of days, yeah.
It's been a little while since we've seen you on this particular stage. How have the darts been in recent months?
I've not been playing loads. I've been playing selective locally. I've not done any challenge tours this year, but when I have played, I've played well. I've played okay, so looking forward to it.
So when you go on that stage, you're just hoping that things just fire straight away, almost like finding that muscle memory again.
Yeah, like I say, I'm playing well. Everyone's here to win it this week. Nobody's come here to make the numbers up, but we'll see how it goes.
When you look in that practice, do you think everybody senses a similar opportunity of winning this group?
Yeah, we all know what we can do. We all know if we hit form, you can run through the group, although I don't think somebody is this week. Probably because we do think it's probably going to be competitive. You're all trying to, get a bit of an edge on each other, but no, I think it'll be a decent group.
Have to talk about your journey down, because it wasn't the shortest, was it, yesterday?
No, about 8 hours on the coach. Cheap and cheerful, let's say.
Well, hopefully you won't be parking the bus over the next couple of days. Peter, good luck.
Thank you very much.
And Peter Hudson's first assignment is Arnie Spee, the Dutchman who we saw in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. The way the first round works out is the 3 new players in the group will take on the 3 players who have already played this week. Peter Hudson, the 40-year-old from Eccles, has played at the World Championship before, hoping to be the rock of consistency over the next couple of days. Been a little while since we've seen him here at the Live Lounge. Up against Arnie Spee, the 24-year-old on debut here from Juez in the Netherlands. Has quietly been improving as the week's gone along and has grown in confidence as the week's gone along as well. I wonder what we're going to get from him over the course of this afternoon as he enters his second group of the week. It's a double session day here at the Live Lounge. Group C this afternoon, followed by Group B this evening. And you get the sense, Matt, that this is a Group C which is littered with opportunities for all 6 players.
Oh, we're well aware of that. The players are aware of it. Our referee, Jack Garwood, is probably well aware of it. The viewers at home. The guys in the chat. Everyone knows that this Group C could be any 2 from the 6. Although, if you look at the results of the past week...
First leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
And purely on those results, you'd suggest Arnie Spee could be in for a long couple of days.
Well, if you break down the stats for this
59.
week for the players that dropped into Group C on top of the 12-month stats of the players that are playing over the next couple of days, Arnie Spee's numbers is a little bit of an
58.
outlier. But everybody else, the other 5 players in the group, there is about a 1.5 difference between all 5 of them. The highest stats for a player is Kieran Teehan,
100.
and that's 82.79. But everybody is around either the 81 or the 82 mark, with the exception of Arnie Spee, and that will lead to a very competitive
60.
group, you sense, in a group where we might see a lot of games go down to the wire.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of legs today. I think that might be one of the safer markets for people looking to play along, going for the
100.
deep games, the over the 5.5, so 4-2 or 4-3 either way. I think that will be a very popular sort of market. I know one of the
41.
popular markets is always the 180s, but I think one thing we learned about Arnie Spee is that is going to be a tricky one to read, because he hit quite a few, didn't he, across his Group A campaign, and they sort of came in spurts.
60.
He ended up hitting 11 across his 15 matches, but he'd have games where he'd hit 2 or 3 and then go 3 games without hitting any.
Yeah, it's been a little bit feast or famine at times for Arnie. He's had 5 ton-plus
58.
checkouts for the week so far. His doubling is okay, 26 out of 74, so around about the 3rd mark.
126.
But the issue has been that everything's kind of come in spurts, and Peter Hudson's got off the better of the 2 players in this opening leg, has left himself on a single to double combination,
56.
and he's got 6 starts on this 56 to take out the opening leg of the day. He's got 2 at tops, and now down for double 10. And we are off and running for the day. Peter Hudson getting the first chalk on the board for this Group C. Clinical take of the 56.
Second leg, it's Arnie.
He'll be happy with that as well, for
Game on.
someone I can vouch for as well. When you don't play as regular, and you once did, your mind still wants you to do things that
60.
maybe you need time to adjust to and sort of settle into the task. And that was completely just drama-free there for Pete Hudson. An 18-dart hold, no drama on the finishing, and probably never really felt at any point any sort of
42.
danger there. So would have been an ideal way to start the day.
The annoyance for Arnie is he allowed Peter to have that luxury of time in the opening leg of the day.
140.
But on throw, Tom 40 puts himself in front in this second leg of the day. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us in terms of our coverage at
100.
MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And of course, you can get in contact with us courtesy of the YouTube chat room. Any comments, thoughts, observations, do send them in over the course of the
45.
afternoon, and we'll endeavour to...
I've got an observation,
Go on.
and I've got a query. What's Twitter?
Okay, X.
59.
I'd say go and like all of our content, but nobody's going to be able to see the fact that you like all of our content on X anymore. God, that could be dangerous.
100.
You might actually begin to like my
100.
content because no one will
Arnie
be able to see it. Anyway,
156.
156 for Spee. He's got 6 from here to square this contest up at 1 apiece. The first game of our Thursday afternoon
140.
session, and that Tom for his second of the leg, and has left himself on double 8 upon his return.
Same sort of block, isn't it, as what we saw in the opening hold there for Peter Hudson. Arnie Spee looking good here for a
100.
6-visit hold.
Arnie
And
requires
he
16.
didn't get a lot of chance at the doubles, but when he did, they were going.
Double 4, and now down for double 2.
12.
It doesn't
BT
go, and so
require
Peter Hudson is
100.
back for the square ton for the break of throw and to take out a 2-0 lead. Up for tops.
Game shot on a
Ton
second
plus
leg.
out the first
Peter
of the day. And
Hudson.
when it comes to the finishing department, Peter Hudson's coming out with the goods. He did say prior to his campaign
Third
getting
leg,
underway,
it's
he
Peter
felt
to
that
throw first.
even though he hasn't been
Game
playing
on.
much, when he has been playing, he's felt in good nick. And there's some early signs towards it here. The average just under 86. Ton check out there. He's just going about his business
100.
in a smooth pace, and I feel like that's going to be the story of this group.
I'm going to say it. Rock solid.
Well,
100.
for those who are paying attention to the Matthew Edgar cringy pun bingo, there's your first one to jot down.
Don't worry, I've got plenty more to come.
140. 60.
The first 140 there for Pete Hudson. When we say about him being rock solid, 8 100-plus scores, and that being the first 140 just shows that he's just landing those hard-hitting
60.
jabs.
Well, Hudson's got 6 starts here from 201 to put himself 3-0 to the good in this opening game of the afternoon session.
60.
141 has been left after 12 darts to put him 3-0 to the good in this particular contest.
40. BT require 141.
Time on his hands again, Pete Hudson, but he might not want to use the time. I nearly said he's going to use the force, but that would be a
89.
completely different player, wouldn't it?
A little bit more like Justin Pike. Well, at this present moment in time, there's a 13.5-point gap in terms of the averages in the favour of Peter Hudson, who's averaging 87 right now.
89.
Arnie's just not really got out the gate in this opening match, and when it's come to this point of the leg, Peter Hudson has tended to come up with the goods, and he does so again there to move into a 3-0 lead. This is a really good performance from Peter Hudson. It's so steady and also a standard which is so attainable too.
First. Game on.
And this is what I feel you're going to need, this sort of level, in order to win this group. And maybe he's just setting his stall out, setting the bar
39
for the rest of the pack.
Nick Fullwell, Kieran Teehan, Shane Haywood and Michels, the other 2 games in this first round of fixtures. The other 4 players in
97.
This Group C this afternoon.
$57.
You said this is a group of opportunities, but you get the sense that opportunities will be in short supply if Arnie Spee continues to play like this for the duration of the day.
Good use of the board as well here, Pete Hudson. He's finding a lot of trebles when he's coming away
60.
from that 20, which is a good sign. Not just finding good darts when he's throwing into one tight, concentrated area. Look at the switching again from Pete Hudson.
97.
He's just had too much for Arnie Spee in this first game of the day.
Well, Arnie Spee, it's got to be
60.
said, hasn't had anything. 18 points difference in regards to the averages. And not really able to cause too much of a threat.
Well, Hudson hasn't had to do anything
95.
special. He's just had to play along the consistent line. He's had 8 ton-plus scores and a 140 score. That's just been enough to suppress Arnie Spee, and he's going to leave himself on 115 here to take out a 4-0 victory against the Dutchman.
99.
And
PT
to
require
give himself the perfect start to life in Group C. So he had a ton-plus checker in this game. He had the ton on the nose, but he's not going to get it done and wrapped up with the 115. Not that there was a need to, with Arnie all the way back on 186.
$75.
Sets himself up handy once again within that 6-visit block.
56.
And a chance to
PT
get the job
require
done.
40.
4-0.
Tots of Hudson now down for double 10.
$20.
The finishing for Hudson has been absolutely brilliant until this point, but the match-winning one's always the hardest double to hit. Treble 20 would give Arnie a dart of the ball. It's not going to go, and Hudson gets another 3
94.
for the 2 points.
PT require 20.
Double 10 is what he's looking at. And double
Game
10
shot
is what he
and the
gets.
match,
And Peter Hudson wins the first game of this Group C, beating Arnie Spee by 4-0. Good performance as well. Average just under 85, 50% when it came to the finishing. And had that tongue check out as well for Arnie Spee. It was not the performance that he was hoping for out of the gate in his first game of this group. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Nick Fullwell and Kieran Teehan go toe-to-toe.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Peter Hudson got his campaign underway with a 4-0 victory against Arnie Spee, averaging 84.5, 4 from 8 on the doubles, including a ton checkout in there as well. Our second game of the afternoon sees Nick Fullwell and Kieran Teehan go toe-to-toe. Teehan, who played in Group A, actually finished 5th in the end, but for a lot of the time was cheating towards the top end of the group. But when it came to the crunch, was just unable to muster what he would have liked up against Nick Fullwell, who lost his tour card at the end of 2023. The 55-year-old from Stourbridge has played in World Championships in both codes, up against Teehan, who's played at a PDC World Championship and a BDO World Masters. The 25-year-old from Cork, former Challenge Tour event winner, twice a weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Battle of England and the Republic of Ireland in our second game of the afternoon session. Game 2 of 25 that we're bringing to you on this
Game on.
Thursday. And just having a look at the stats for the two players. Teehan, over the course of the 3 days in Group A, had a running average of 82.79 over the course of the 15 matches of which he played. And then in terms of his doubles, he was 43
96
out of 141 when it came to his doubling, which as far as a percentage
58
is concerned is around about 30%. So I feel like he may have to up it 1 or 2 points up against Fullwell, who is pretty much around that level himself. 82.65 his stats for the last 12 months. His doubling bang on a third, 33.68%.
96.
But I suppose the difference is we know that Teehan has got gears to him, but he hasn't been able to really show it so far this week.
136.
It's been a land of missed opportunity so far for Teehan, but now he's swimming in the pool of opportunity here in Group C.
60.
And you feel like for Nick Fullwell, this might be one of those sort of experiences where he needs a game or two to hit full stride, and that advantage of Kieran Teehan being here for the last 3 days may
96.
just be a deciding factor.
Whereas Teehan, who's got off to the strongest start against throw, first to a finish, 2 darter, 96 after
57.
a dozen darts.
Kieran, you require 96.
He'll feel as if he's got 6 from here, but he'll want to make sure of it right here, right now. Decided to persevere with the treble, despite the first dart being
56.
below the 60
Nick, you
bed.
require
He's left himself on
150.
tops in case this 150 doesn't go. And he's not going to go, and so Teehan's going to tee up tops to get the break in this opening leg.
126.
But it's going to be under sizable pressure here from Nick Fullwell. And what will irk him is that tops has been the double that has saved him more often than not. Fullwell back for double 12. To take a first leg, which in the scoring stakes he was completely out of.
Leg, Nick Fullwell.
But Kieran Teehan spurning 3 opportunities at tops, and Fullwell with that 1-2-6 setup to leave himself on 24. Takes it out with the third dart in hand on double 6 to get a hold of throw, which will feel a bit like a break.
We saw this quite a bit from Kieran Teehan in his Group A campaign, where he would sort of make mistakes and then come back and really pick up the pace and end up picking up the accuracy as well. And that was a much quicker thrown set of darts there, and a perfectly thrown set of darts.
77. 108.
That is Nick Fullwell's first maximum of the match.
Beautiful last start there from Teehan. He was a long way off with the first 2 and saved it with a last to set him up on a finish. But Fullwell, putting aside the sort of woes of recent performances out on the various tours, to really raise the standards here today. Got to feel though, when those tours you don't have the preparation and the conditions that he's got here, and he's certainly making it pay in the early part of this game.
65.
Potential breaker throw here for Nick Fullwell.
96.
Great recovery of dart 2. Tops. Superbly done by Nick Fullwell. To break the throw of Teehan in 12 darts and to lead 2-0.
Third leg, it's Nick to throw first. Game on.
It's always interesting, isn't it, how a shot or a moment can change a game. We was a dart
81.
away there for Kieran Teehan on tops. He had 3 darts, wasn't able to take it. Could have broke the throw in the opening leg. Instead, now he's 2-0 down.
Is it fair to say this week that
95.
sometimes Kieran Teehan hasn't been able to bounce back well from a negative situation?
I think it's because he's put himself in those negative situations. We said at the top of the show that we feel he's sort of been the cause of his own problems. He's been missing the opportunities to let his opponents in, and the exact same things happen again in the opening of this one, and Nick Fullwell's not looked back
56.
since.
The average now above the 97 mark for
140.
Nick Fullwell. A 180 followed by a 140. Leads himself on a ton after 9. It could be back-to-back 12s. It could even be an 11 to race him into a 3-0 lead. After
Nick,
what was, it has
100.
to be said, a bit of a sluggish start to this particular contest. He had to rely on a couple of mistakes from Kieran Teehan. That's the second time he's had a little bit of a slip in finishing
68.
range. It's going to be academic, you'd sense, of Teehan all the way back on 3 or 4.
$77. Nick, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg.
This is
Nick
becoming a
Fullwell.
very good performance from Nick Fullwell here. 3-0 to the good, averaging just a shade under 96. 3 from 7 on the
Fourth
doubles.
leg,
The
it's
last
Kieran to
2
throw
legs being
first.
running
Game on.
12 and 14 respectively. And Kieran Teehan looked like he was going to race away with the first leg against throws. Got to win 4 on the spin to
95.
win this first contest. A group which a lot of people fancied Teehan to take the spoils from. Well, it's Fullwell who is full gone and taking advantage of misses from Teehan
140.
and has ran with the opportunity.
$134. 140.
Just in a really good flow and a rhythm at the moment, Nick Fullwell. Back-to-back 140s there. This against the Teehan throw, and to potentially give us a second 4-0 victory of the day. And right now, that looks the way it's going, because these are bonus starts here for Fullwell. He's broken the throw in the scoring stage.
140.
A hat-trick of 140s. Average goes over the ton. This is a quality performance.
Well, we didn't quite know what to expect from this particular group, but what we are about to see is potentially the first
require 81.
ton plus average of the week. Double 12 to finish it with an 11 darter.
57.
Not to be.
Kieran, you
He'd
require
expect to come
150.
back. However, has Kieran got a counter-attack? Double 18.
132.
Doesn't go,
Nick,
and so Nick
require
Fullwell comes back
24.
for double 12 to complete a 4-0 victory. In it goes, and it's a superb performance from Nick Fullwell. The average in the end just under the 97 mark, but the scoring power in legs 2, 3 and 4 just saw him blow away Kieran Teehan. At the tail of the tape from a statistical viewpoint, Fullwell a 4-0 winner against Kieran Teehan. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Shane Haywood and Michels joust it out on the live lounge stage.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through and gets there.
He's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Porter for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Nick Fullwell got the better of Kieran Teehan by 4 legs to nil. Real good performance as well from the hero. 96.97 the average. 4 from 12 on the doubles and a 96 checkout to boot. Our final game from the first round of fixtures sees Shane Haywood and Michels go toe-to-toe. Michels, who had a fantastic day on Tuesday, was within a leg of completing the card. He beat each of the top 3 players in the group on that particular day. Jess Smith, Jim Long and Kieran Teehan. But Shane Haywood, the 48-year-old from Wrexham, in his second appearance here at the Super Series, did play in Series 7 up against Michels, the 39-year-old from Rotterdam in the Netherlands, former World Championship participant. As far as his numbers for Group A were concerned, over the course of the 3 days, his numbers 82.70, 40 out of 128 when it came to the doubling, so around about just under the 1 in 3 mark. But as far as Shane Haywood's numbers are concerned,
First
a lot
leg,
of it
it's Shane to throw first.
is in regards to his
Game on.
previous appearance here at the Live Lounge. 82.64 his running stats, 33.43% when it comes to the checkouts. So what we're going to see from the Welshman here up against the Dutchman in our third game 63. Of the afternoon session.
I've got to get it out the way nice and early, really. What an amazing logo.
42.
Look at the back of his shirt. That's fantastic. There's been a lot of thought into it. I'd love to know what he does for a profession. I wonder if it's in like graphic design, because there's some serious effort gone into that. Look how he's incorporated the S into the H.
May not be his job, you never know. Graphic design could be his passion.
Well, he's good at it.
140.
Whatever it is, look at that. Brilliant.
Better than a generic dartboard
54.
on the middle of the top.
Or a picture of yourself.
Which is exactly what Marina Michels has got on the back of his shirt.
99.
Some people have a picture of a television on the back of their shirt. I don't know why they do that.
85.
Do you know anybody who does that, Matt?
That sat beautifully in the treble 20.
100.
And earlier on in the week, when he was hitting those 180s, that first start sat beautifully there in the top of the bed. He was able to sort of follow that in, certainly on Tuesday when he was sort of getting those results.
120.
Well, 120 for Moreno. It's down to then look up for tops, but he's not going to find the triple with
60. Shane, you require 66.
Started downstairs, did Haywood, for double 18.
Game shot on the first
1-0
leg.
to the Welshman. Well, we know where his double of choice lays. It's at the double 18. He's not the first player this week to
Second
have
leg.
a penchant for that particular target.
Game on.
I do remember when he made his debut at the Super Series. That opening game.
100.
Just some fantastic finishing. First leg up there, I believe, was a 164 finish.
60.
That's some way to introduce yourself, isn't it, to proceedings. Moreno introduced himself impeccably well the first time he was here at the Live Lounge. Won on debut.
46.
Beat Fallon Sherrick in the final of week 3 of Series 5. You may remember that week very well because that was the week where Fallon Sherrick hit that 9 darter against Adam Lipscomb, the player that we're going to be watching later on this evening. Now, so far today, the 3 players that have come out of Group A have failed to win a leg. And if Michels can't get his skates on here, that fact can continue because Haywood, with that Haymaker Max, is steaming in front in leg 2 against the throw.
60.
And that's just this game in a nutshell, isn't it? 3 darts tightly grouped together. There was just millimetres north last time.
80.
It was a 180. A little bit south, and it's a 60. But good grouping on both occasions there from Shane Haywood. And sat beautifully in the bottom of the bed once again.
135.
Well, this is a stupendous start, and Michels has just been left
93.
in the midst. It's almost as if the 3 players from Group A are playing to their type for the last few days, but the players that come into proceedings have got a little bit of a spring in their step. And Haywood's going to have a dart at tops here for a 2-0 lead.
46. Moreno, you require 124.
It was a 1-3-4 finish that sort of turned the fortunes for Moreno in Group A. But the 1-2-4 has been left very
Shane, you require
awkwardly.
20.
Such a 3-dart combination, the 99 finish.
So up for double 5.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes.
second leg.
2-0 Shane Haywood leads. So far, so good for the Welshman, who I did have
Third leg. It's Shane
little
to
bit of
throw
a
first.
chat with this morning
Game
prior
on.
to the action getting underway. I was just wondering where his game was and what he's been doing since his previous appearance here at the Live Lounge. He said hasn't been playing too much. He just wanted to know where the
41.
hunger, the fuel, the fire, the determination was for the sport. But then once he got back onto the board in preparation for his return as a ADC qualifier, he knew straight away that
100.
the fire was still burning very brightly in the belly.
Again, really tightly packed, grouped, and just gets the 60 points all on the bottom wire. They start to get a little bit frustrating.
100.
Especially when you've just done the hard work to break the throw, and you feel like you're literally just handing it straight back.
100.
Now Michels here threatening the break back on the back of that 180.
45.
Well, that slip will only be punished if Haywood can find a 2-treble score here, and he may find a 2-treble score. He may find a max. Well, this leg now has a completely different complexion to it. Because that maximum for Shane Haywood leads himself on a very makeable 120, and Michels cannot
32.
find anything in response.
Shane, you require 120.
And the way his darts lay, this is a very makeable out for him. Tops
100.
just sits underneath.
Moreno, you require 144.
Again, Haywood giving Haywood the opportunity.
40. Shane, you require 20.
Double 10 for a 3-0
Game
lead,
shot
and
on the
Moreno
third
Michels
leg,
really
Shane
hasn't got
Haywood.
going in this contest at all. As a matter of fact, nobody who's come out of Group A has done anything so far. They haven't even got a leg
Fourth
on the
leg,
board
it's
yet.
Moreno to throw
It
first.
is
Game on.
the players who have entered the group, 11. The players who are in Group A, 0 so far on this Thursday afternoon.
140.
Well, it is always a very subjective conversation, I find, that, you know, which would you rather do? Would you rather play the week? Would you rather not? If you ask me personally, I would rather be coming in fresh for 2 days
69.
worth of action rather than play a full week. But some people will benefit from playing the full week, and it is purely as subjective and down to the individual.
43.
And maybe we're seeing that with the individuals we've got this week, that it's going to be a bit more of a hindrance and a help.
It's very much a horses for courses conversation, isn't it?
137.
Oh, there is no right answer. It is very personal to the individual.
Well, we've seen Neil Duff, who's a perennial weekly winner here at the Live Lounge, talk about how he almost uses Group A as a
140.
warm-up for the rest of the week. Of course, he goes in there with the intention of winning the group and picking up the bonus, but he's not overly deterred if he doesn't, because he knows he's got that Thursday and Friday night, or Thursday, Friday afternoon, depending what group he's placed in, to
95.
really attack the rest of the week.
Well, what about when Luke Litley used to come down to the Super Series? He wouldn't just play
58.
a Group A, B and C or whatever he was doing. He'd play the Group A, then he'd go to a local darts tournament in the evening and then come back to play on the other days. Again, completely
119.
subjective to the
Moreno, you
individual.
require 120.
Single for Tops. Tots and Michels with Haywood left on 81 for the match.
100.
Doesn't go,
Shane,
and
you
so this would
require
be
81.
for a hat-trick of 4-0 victories for the new entrants in this Group C to kickstart the day. But Haywood's missed the big number, and Michels is going to come back for double 10.
41.
This really has been an incredible
20.
start to the day. It's been a quick fire start to the day. And finally, one of the Group A graduates is on the board on this afternoon session. Michels off the mark, but Haywood here does have the darts to seal a 4-1 success.
First. Game on. $44. 60.
Well, if Moreno can find his A game, we've not seen anything at the moment to suggest that he won't be able to bring this
92.
game back. And with that in mind, Shane Haywood just needs to keep finding that one treble visits and just keep the pressure on Moreno. Don't let him feel comfortable at any point in this game.
60.
And again, just that one treble visit here would be absolutely golden. It's sat in the bottom of the bed. That's inviting. The way his darts stack and build.
100.
Just slowly edging towards the finishing line is Shane Haywood.
58.
But no trebles at all for Moreno.
$59.
Opting to finish on the 19s. A lot of people in that situation, 265, would have started down on the 19s. The 519s would have left the 170. Two single 19s would have given him a dart at treble 20 with the last start. That could have left him on a 167 finish. So it would have left the possibility of finishing open for much longer.
Well, the way those darts sit in the board, the flights are making a bit of a
58.
blockage to the treble 20, which is why he had to shuffle across there to the 18s. Has left himself on 148 nonetheless to complete the tie by 4 legs to 1.
82. Shane,
That's the first treble that Moreno's been able to find in this leg, and it's took him 15 darts of which to do it. So time on the side for Shane Haywood just to have the luxury
96.
of a set-up shot. Now we'll be coming back expecting 2 darts to get the 2 points.
3 from 6 on the doubles.
48.
This has been a good performance from Shane Haywood.
52.
I wonder what we're going to get from him today. Well, so far it's been so good, but can he round off the win here?
Game shot.
Yes,
and
is the
match,
emphatic answer.
Shane Haywood.
And Shane Haywood kickstarts his day with a 4-1 victory against Moreno Michels. It means that the 3 players that have dropped out of Group A between them in the first round of fixtures have picked up just the solitary leg. Shane Haywood, average of 87, 4 from 7 when it comes to the doubles. Coming up after the break, we're going to begin round 2 with Arnie Spee up against Nick Fullwell. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Shane Haywood got the better of Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 1, averaging 87 in the process, 4 from 7 on the doubles, and that completes a 4-1 win to round off the first round of fixtures. Round 2 sees Nick Fullwell, who was the impressive performer in round 1, averaged 96.97, hit 2 maxes, 4 from 12 on the doubles, including a 12 and 14 darter and a 4-0 success against Kieran Teehan, taking on Arnie Spee, who lost out to Peter Hudson by that particular scoreline. Kicking off round 2 for our afternoon session here at the
First
Live
leg,
Lounge in
it's Arnie
Portsmouth,
to
and
throw
you get
first.
the sense if
Game on.
Nick plays anywhere near his level and Arnie plays anywhere near his, it's going to be one-way traffic in this particular encounter.
The opening game, there was
121.
complete comparisons, or contrast in between the two players, and Nick Fullwell was absolutely brilliant. 97 average.
140.
And was sort of over 100 for the majority of the time. Arnie Spee hit nothing. He's already hit more now in this game than he did in the whole of that one, finding 5 treble 20s.
Maybe Arnie has finally awoken. Maybe Arnie is back.
I'm pretty sure you
100.
digged me out earlier in the week for using that one, saying it was the most overused, common, easy to go to Arnie joke going.
Well, you can tell it's overused because we've used it twice this week.
Arnie require 100.
Nick Fullwell could have used the 19s there to guarantee leaving a finish. Persisted with the 20s and doesn't leave anything on, but it doesn't matter. An 11 darter there from Arnie Spee. What an absolute contrast to match
Second
number
leg,
1.
It's Nick to throw first.
Well, that's his 6th tub plus checkout now of the week. Arnie Spee hit 5 in Group A. In fact, we've had 2 ton plus checkouts in this afternoon session, and both of them have been a ton on the nose. Peter Hudson also hitting a ton out in his game against Arnie. In matter of fact,
100.
Arnie is the king of the ton-topping spree now in terms of every single player that is eligible in this particular group. Although nobody in terms of this week has quite got the prowess in terms of the ton plus outs of Jim Long. He hit 4 during yesterday's action. Hit a couple
60
on Tuesday, and then Monday went a little bit berserk in that particular department as well. Hit a couple there, so
94.
It has been a week for ton plus checkouts, it is fair to say, and I think we're going to get a lot tonight in Group B, which starts at 10 p.m. this evening, where we got the likes of Justin Hurd, Adam Lipscomb, Jim Long in action, Chris Contock, former weekly winner here, Adam Bold, former weekly winner here, but this is a good response in leg 2 for Nick Fullwell.
30. Nicky require 134.
And he's got 6 here from the 134 to double his advantage. May only need the 3. Double 16 comes and goes for the hero.
Wow. Second maximum of the game for Arnie Spee, and now he's in touching distance. Should Nick Fullwell not be able to get the job done here?
16. Arnie, you
And
require
the break opportunity
71.
presents itself here, where we could start to be looking at a bit of an upset.
He's averaging 107. This
shot
is
on
a
the second
superb
leg,
performance from
Arnie
Arnie Spee. 28 darts to take out the first 2 legs. Has the young man suddenly
Third leg,
awoken?
it's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
We knew he had talent, but everything's being harnessed into this one performance here. What a difference a game can make. He averaged 72 in game 1, and now he's averaging 114, and has hit 3 maximums in this contest.
100.
And now he's on a 9.
139.
Average 116.56. Reminder, in the last
55.
game, he averaged just 72 and never got close to landing a blow. This is some turnaround here from Arnie Spee.
105.
Leaving himself on 77 after 9, on the cusp of a 3-0 lead. Nick Fullwell himself is averaging just under 89, but he just cannot make any hay in this match.
Even the maximum doesn't affect the chance here that Arnie Spee is going to have, which is 6 starts at the 77.
37.
What do they say about when it clicks, it clicks?
134.
That's a great setup there. I mean, Fullwell's left a double after 12. That is quality darts.
Now forcing the pressure of Arnie Spee.
Game shot on a
But the pressure wasn't going to tell.
Spee.
He's averaging 14 darts a leg. 3-0 to the good. 107.36 the average. 3 maximums, 3 from 5 on the doubles. Doesn't matter who the player is. This is an immaculate performance.
95.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not like he's just having things at a canter. Fullwell nearly averaging 100 himself. It's not like Fullwell's dropped off. In fact, Fullwell's got
99.
better statistically from his opening game.
$60.
He has been saying all week he knows that his best was yet to come, and he, in this particular match, is showing that. However, there is always a worry. There's
58.
always a worry with these positions where you can race it to a 3-0 lead and suddenly the adrenaline can just switch off a little bit, and Arnie hopes he's not going to be found guilty of that.
Well, the one thing
100.
we know about Arnie is he's not been in this position that often. And getting over the line is always the trickiest part.
40. 100.
And Fullwell's responding with a good leg of his own, just as Arnie's just come off the pace a little bit. But now very much back in the swing of things.
Nick, you require 146.
Oh, Fullwell isn't going to take out the 146, but he'll sense he's going to get a go at a double
90.
upon his
Arnie, you
return. He's
require
hoping this don't go.
164.
It won't go, but he's left it much more
56.
achievable.
$36.
This,
Arnie, you
a
require
chance to get just
64.
his second win of the week.
And with some performance as well. He's going to get a dart. A double 16
48.
to round off what would have been
Nick,
a
you
superb
require
performance.
20.
It's not going to go, and so Fullwell to get a leg back on the board, pins the
Game shot on
double
a full
10.
flag,
But
Nick
Arnie
Fullwell.
Spee does have the darts here to get the job done by 4 legs to 1.
Fifth flag. It's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
If Arnie Spee had pinned that double 16, we would have completed 4 matches in an hour, which would have been record pace here at the
59.
Super Series.
You feel, though, that there's plenty more twists and turns yet to go in this fixture.
123.
We know Nick Fullwell can stay at this pace, but we're still learning about Arnie.
140.
And what we're learning about him is he's got plenty of resilience.
But it could have been so easy for him to have just folded after
140.
what happened in Group A, particularly after what Peter Hudson hit at him and what Arnie was unable to hit at him. But the bounce back ability of this young man from the
25.
Netherlands has been good, but that's not a great visit, and it's opened up the door here for Nick Fullwell, and suddenly he can move from a very advantageous position to then being wheeled back to 3-2.
140.
The game returning to throw, and suddenly Nick Fullwell will be in the best suit.
26.
Because there's now a bit of a
Nicky
drop-off for
require
Arnie, and
98.
Fullwell's just stayed at his level. This was always the fear.
$36.
He's left himself on 62 to get the break back and to bring it back to 3-2. And you get the sense he's going to have all the time that he
46.
wants
Nicky
at this
requires
particular
62.
target. Double 16.
30.
Doesn't go, but he has the luxury of time being on his side.
$65. Nicky require 32.
He was 3-0 down. And he's
Game
now
shot on the
brought the
fifth
arrears
leg,
back
Nick
to
Fullwell.
3-2. And now has the darts here to take it to a last leg decide. This is already the longest game
Sixth
we've
leg.
seen this
It's Nick to
afternoon.
throw first. Game on.
The mind of Arnie Speed
60.
right now will be like a whirlwind. The thoughts will be swirling around. He'll be getting to that point where you feel a little bit desperate, where you
97.
just want to get the job done, and you're looking for that line of performance. Certainly when he was playing so well in the early part of the game.
43.
Arnie must be thinking, just
60.
try and string it together just for a couple more turns and you're over the line. Well, I'll go and collect that, Nick, because that was dangling quite loosely in the board, that last dart.
Yeah, it didn't seem to penetrate the board completely, did it? It was just sort of holding in on the
80.
wire, and you've got to wait until the dart is collected for the point to score.
44.
Or should I say disturbed? As long as you touch the board, the dart while it's in the fascia of the board. But this is timing.
121.
Left himself first to finish, and we did say all he needs is a couple of good hits because he has opened up that advantage.
58. Arnie require 143.
Speed isn't going to take out the 143. He hopes to come back
60.
for a two-darter
require
and hopes that Fullwell
116.
hasn't got a ton topper in the locker. This is to take us all the way to a last leg.
42. Arnie require 83.
We had a dart to win this contest 4-0. $66 left. He's now going to have a match dart of the bull. And he's going to win it on the bull. It was a superb start for Arnie Speed. His average was 107 after 3 legs. Nick Fullwell was on the comeback charge, but it is the Dutchman that runs off a 4-2 winner. That was how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Arnie Speer with a spree at the beginning of the contest. Fullwell came back into it, but it is the Dutchman who holds his nerve to get over the line by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break is Michels up against Peter Hudson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So it's been a quick fire start to our action in Group C before the break. The Dutchman Arnie Spee got the better of Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 2, averaging 89.02, 4 from 7 when it came to the doubling for him in that particular contest up against Moreno Michels, who's in action now. He is up against Peter Hudson. It's our 5th game of the morning session here in Portsmouth. And an intriguing one as well, because you look at the way that players started. Peter, it was a really, really solid performance, 84.68 and a 4-0 win against Arnie Spee. Whereas Moreno Michels really struggled, didn't he, in that first match against Shane Haywood.
I think struggles is the safest way to put it as well, actually, because it was a bit of a struggle. It was a slog, the darts going in at different angles, blocking the bed. It was that was probably the more concerning thing for Moreno, but one thing we've known from him is being able to put things right.
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
He'll be very well aware of his opponent here, Peter Hudson. They'd have both been on the Pro Tour around the same sort of time, so they'll probably both feel like this is a bit of a walk down memory lane.
11.
Well, Moreno Michels is hoping that that's not going to be the start of things to follow.
$41. 60.
The real highlight for Peter Hudson in his opening game was those 1 treble visits. They always give you that opportunity. They give you that chance for that 6-visit leg, which is where you need to be here at the Super Series.
97.
6 or less if you want to find the success.
I like what you did there.
100. 41.
Who would you have had as favourite before this game got underway, Matt? Who would you have had as favourite for this particular contest?
60.
It's a tricky one. I think on the evidence of the first game, you'd have to go with Pete Hudson. That sort of 85 average
100.
And the fact that it was majority of the time a lot better than 85. He just lost it at the last couple of throws. The odds compilers have slightly gone in favour of Peter Hudson, and
81.
It's hard to argue.
Hudson's first to finish in this first leg against the throw, but Michels is going to leave it much more handier.
140.
Going to leave himself on a single to double combination if he gets a go. Triple 18 for the bull. Bullseye. Already had a ton checkout today. But he's not going to add the 1, 2, 3 to the collection, so Moreno comes back for 52. Tops is what he's looking at, and now double 10.
42.
It's that low dart again, isn't it? We've been talking about it all week. When it's not going well for Moreno, he's pulling them violently low.
Game shot on the first
Peter
leg.
Hudson
Peter
just says
Hudson.
thank you very much and polishes things up. An early breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Peter.
You just get the sense that if people
Game
ain't doing things against Peter Hudson, he is going to be more than inclined to pick the pieces up.
$41.
A little bit more animated though in this game already, isn't he? It was very picture of concentration throughout the opening game. We're already a little bit more distracted and a little bit more aware,
100.
keeping his eye on the board as he comes back. A bit Steve Beaton-esque.
Also, do you reckon both players will feel like they're back on the stage sooner than perhaps they would have envisaged at the beginning of the day? Teehan Hudson played in game 1 and he's back in game 5, but he probably will feel like he's had only more like a 2-game gap as opposed to a 3-game gap, whereas Michels must feel like he's got off the stage and he's straight back on it again.
140.
Such has been the pace of this session, and in dart players' minds, they have a rough idea in terms of what the gap's going to be between matches, and it's probably quicker than what they would have expected it to be.
Yeah, sometimes it just throws you off a little bit as well. Absolutely. But one thing about being in the Super Series room is this is one where you can't really judge it. It's very, very hard to work out and get it right. The timings, because you sort of find it's within a half an hour window of when you'd expect it to be.
Double 18.
103.
He's already had a 121 checkout this week, Michels, and he grazes the double 18 to do it again.
But a significantly better leg, that's the most important thing here for Moreno. Starting to warm to the task. This is the 60. Best leg he's had all day.
Moreno, you require 18.
Well, so far, he's got to get the job done.
Game
and
shot on the
does
second leg.
Beautiful 13 dart leg.
Much more like it. It's Michels that has put his stamp on proceedings, whereas
Moreno to throw
things have kind of decided for the Rock.
$85.
Michels will be one of the players that'll be playing at the Benelux Trophy, I'm sure, which is taking place in July in the Netherlands, courtesy of ADC Europe. The
59.
winner of that competition will play in the newly announced ADC Global Championship, which is taking place later on in 2024. The qualifying
96.
criteria of which is the top 4 players on the UK table, followed by the top 4 players in the Championship Tour not in the UK table, then the Women's Tour, and then a number of other
43.
ranking events and qualifiers. So the players provisionally in the field, Anna Moore will go in as the number 1 seed in the UK table alongside Jordan Matthews, Gary Stone and James Welding. From the Championship Tour, Joe Croft, Andy Bolton,
100.
Bradley Brooks and Thomas Banks. Whilst from the Women's Tour, you'll see Vicky Purim and Fallon Sherrick in action if it ended today. The Belgian rankings, Brian Roman, John Michael from South Europe, Jimmy Van Schie from the Netherlands rankings. And if he wins the Benelux Open, then that will go to the next best player in those particular rankings. Same with Brian Roman and John Michael in that particular department. But I actually look at Jimmy Van Schie based on who's in there at the minute. Him and Andy Bolton probably is 2 of the favourites to go on and lift that particular title if it was to be played right now.
87. Moreno, you require 120.
Well, this 120 for Moreno to make it 2-1, and he's going to have a dart at top to do exactly that. Oh, and he finds it. Beautifully found by Moreno Michels. His tumplutting at crucial times has been one of his strong suits. He's done it again there to move himself 2-1 in front.
Game on.
Yeah, he's just starting to warm to the task, isn't he, Moreno? Back-to-back good legs there. Nice finish as well.
93.
After 6 legs of nothing, he's just sparked into life.
Finally finding something.
100.
We could have a complete turnaround to that we had in lap number 1. Lap number 1, the players that had played Group A only won 1 leg between them,
100.
all going down quite convincingly. Well, they could all bounce back with victories. Arnie Spee already 4-2 victory in this lap over Nick Fullwell, which would be a surprise result to many.
$134.
However, this feels like the most evenly weighted contest of the session so far.
45.
I've really had a game that's gone nip and tuck up to press. Even the 4-2 for Spee and Fullwell. Arnie raced into a 3-0 lead in that particular contest.
94.
Hudson leads himself on 80 to square this game up at 2 apiece. Moreno isn't going to be able to keep tabs with him.
Peter, you require 80.
But that's a loose first dart. Didn't have to recover a dart too, but now what about the setup?
40.
And set up he will to leave himself tops upon his return to square this particular contest up at 2 apiece.
$125.
However, there's pressure now.
PT require 40.
And he's only got one left.
20.
Can't fire. Michels has got a break opportunity
54.
here. 54 points away from a 3-1 lead. 2 at tops.
Chance there to inflict some pain and put himself a leg away, but Pete Hudson gets away with a missed opportunity. Well, for now.
It's not the worst star in the world. It's a lovely guide and he uses it beautifully. And this game is back level at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $57.
Could be one of those groups where we know the top 2 players are going to qualify from this, and we know the players are all going to sort of
100.
get into that mode of beating each other. Maybe having a little run at the start of the day and picking up a couple of early victories could be the key to this, because just that little bit of scoreboard pressure could then start to appear.
40.
Players will then have an over sense of importance when they come up against you later on in the group.
100. $83.
Feels like a contest between 2 players who are looking just to grind something out.
100. $140.
How crucial at some 40 could that be for Moreno Michels? Hudson still has taken the darts of this 5th leg.
$100.
And he's on for the 5-ton leg. I think if anyone's going to do it, you expect it to be Peter Hudson on the basis that that was his key strength. It's been that much of a strength to him, or some may see it as a weakness. The fact that all he's managed to do so far is fill up that ton plus column. 7 scores of a ton or more, and he's not yet got a 140 or more.
69. Moreno, you require 44.
Michels comes back for 44 to take a 3-2 lead. Double 16.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
And
Moreno
Michels is a leg away.
Sixth flag.
We have a genuine possibility here where after 2 laps of fixtures we could only be separated by legs difference. That would be the case if Teehan was to beat Haywood and Moreno Michels can get the job done here. They'd all be on 2 points.
Well, you may remember the last time Nick Fullwell was here, it was a very dramatic group. Him and Damien Mole involved in that game, and it was Damien that missed out. It was Jimmy Van Schie that made his way through. He didn't go on to win the week, did the Dutchman. So Van Schie managed to make his way through to Champions Week, whilst Damien Mole got a tattoo of a platypus.
Is that the same week
99.
Jimmy Van Schie counted to 5 in his head?
Yep. Bit of a translation issue.
100. 45.
Probably one of the best outtakes we've ever had here at the Super Series.
59.
Well, these are those we could broadcast anyway.
$59.
A shake of the head from Peter Hudson. He will feel that he's just given the opportunity to Moreno, and another shake of the head from Hudson on the approach to the Oki, on the evidence of the 140 from Moreno Michels. That is an external sign of worry.
140.
Because Moreno Michels could get the job done here and get his first points of this group.
It's going to be a dart at double 16.
Game
to
shot
get it done with a ton topper, and Moreno
Michels
Michels is off the board in Group C. He gets the better of Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 2. 2 top plus checkouts in there, the 120 and the 102, as the pair have a chat about the game that they have just played. In the end, the numbers are very good for Moreno. 88.83 the average, 4 from 10 on the doubles, including those couple of ton plus checkouts. He beats Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 2. And then we return after the break. We're going to watch Teehan take on Shane Haywood. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Moreno Michels got their better. Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 2, pinning 2 ton plus checkouts, ending the game with a 120 check to get the better of the Rock. And if Teehan can win this game here against Shane Haywood, it would mean that following the first 2 rounds of fixtures in this Group C, every single player would have picked up a point to their name, picked up a win to their name, and we'd be none the riser going into round 3 of our afternoon session. Shane Haywood impressive in his first match. 87 average and a 4-1 win against Moreno Michels, 4 from 7 on the doubles. But what we're learning already today his performances from game 1 are irrespective when it comes to game 2. But Teehan didn't play bad in this first game. He was on the receiving end of that 4-0 dropping of Fullwell. Average 85.47, but he missed those 4 doubles in the first leg, and it just felt from there he never really recovered.
No, he didn't, did he? And he opened the door for Nick Fullwell, and Nick Fullwell said thank you very much and never turned back, and was running at over 100 to the majority of the game, but visibly quicker. Again, Teehan, and we've said about how he's adjusting with the pace and altering that throughout the day. Just seems to play so much better with that
83.
Rhythm and fluency rather than the sort of precision that he sometimes likes to play with, where he just slows it down maybe a bit too much.
89.
But this is a great start for Teehan, and that possibility of all players being on 2 points after this lap of fixtures
140.
would be there if Teehan goes on to win this match.
132 for Teehan to take a 1-0 lead. He's going to get 6 from here to take out this opening leg. Would like to have left it much higher than 90, but he has left himself on a 2 dart nonetheless, and worst case should get a dart of the ball, but hey, we're looking to take the bull by the horns in this first leg.
88. Kieran, you
players
require
left on 90 after 12. Teehan with first poke. Great dart, double 15. Bumped off the barrel, but went the other side.
90.
And so Haywood has the shot that Teehan just missed. Started on the bullseye. Now he's going to get a dart at the bull. Cannot find it.
51.
And I think the flight of dart 1 was kind of obscuring the target a little bit for him. And so Teehan comes back for double 15 to take a 1-0 lead.
Game shot
and
of
here's
first
the Irishman
leg.
who
Kieran
draws the first chalk on the board in this particular contest.
Second leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
He's one of those players that draws the dart right the way back to the face. You can see the flight touching the lip on his mouth when he literally pulls it all out. And sometimes that can catch, that can just waver the point
60.
a little bit. So it would take that little bit of extra time, precision and practice to make sure that that doesn't become a deciding factor in the throw.
140.
I see a lot of people will either draw back to a space or to the side of the face for Teehan, the flight coming under the chin. But Haywood literally stops it in contact.
It's almost as if he's about to chew the flight, isn't it?
39.
I think when we was here last time, we actually came up with the idea of flavoured flights.
Why?
So it tastes nice.
85.
Yeah, but you don't really want to have a mid-match Scooby snap with the equipment that you want to throw with. I take it you're being theoretical here.
70.
Well, I didn't mean he'd literally stand on stage and eat his flights, you know.
So you're saying that he wants to, that you've got to have a flavoured flight so you can lick it mid-throw?
$44.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to kick on.
No. I don't think you'll sell many, to be fair. Oh, look at this from Teehan.
133.
Beautiful setup play to leave tops. That was the double that caused him problems in the last game. But he's going to have a chance to put it right.
And if Teehan goes 2-0 up here, we're halfway towards the reverses of round 1 becoming apparent. Not the worst guide. And then uses it well with dart 3. Teehan 2 up.
Third leg.
I suppose if you did have
first.
flavoured flights, you could call them chalkers.
$121.
Because it sounds like a very famous Chris brand. And what do you have in darts? Chalkers.
Yeah, in 1970 we did.
115.
Nowadays we have tablets and computer systems.
60.
I mean, you were the one who came up with the idea of flavoured flights. I don't know why you're coming back at me with the name of it.
Should we just leave it there and just we'll just swiftly move on?
97.
I think so, yes. I'm sure the 1,269 people watching don't want to know about flavoured flights, but do get in touch with the things that you do want to talk about on the YouTube chat room, because we will get some interaction with you throughout the course of the day. Do keep your questions fun and
96.
clean.
Again, when it comes down to the back ends of the legs, Teehan finds a nice big score. 2 treble visit. The 1-2-2 is a very reachable
55.
shot, and he'll probably feel like he's going to get 2 visits of which to complete it. With Haywood needing a perfect visit. That doesn't eliminate the shot. The bullseye.
97. Shane, you
Had he hit
require
the single, it would have
138.
eliminated the shot, so it was a happy accident. But 2 trebles or 2 doubles. Fine effort there from Shane Haywood. But at this point, Teehan can just start thinking of that 25. Knows he's coming back to the board.
Kieran, you require 25.
He's just 2 successful darts away now. He's got 2 at 8.
Game shot on the
Beautiful.
third leg. Kieran Teehan.
Good clinical finishing here from Kieran Teehan, who has solved the issues that he had
Fourth
in the opening
leg.
game.
It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And so it's up to Shane Haywood to turn it around from 3-0 down. We should say that Kieran Teehan has spurned a 3-0 lead this week. He was 3 up in the opening game of the week against Jess Smith before then going on to lose in a last leg decider. But he's beginning to really find the groove here. The difference from game 1 to game 2 in terms of his confidence becoming apparent. The actual performance in game 1 wasn't too bad, as I mentioned at the top of the match. It was just the fact that Fullwell just had a different gear, a different level in that contest, which is why he ran out the 4-0 winner. But it just looks like Kieran's playing at a level which could be attainable for the day, and attainable for the day with a bit of success as well.
105. $97. $83.
Feel this has to be big for Haywood. Guarantee him ready to strike. He's in that 6 dart range.
55.
Well, last time he was in this position, he set it up perfectly to leave tops.
$101.
And he'll leave himself on a 2-darter again, hoping that Haywood cannot find the 149. But he could. And he's going to get a dart, a double 16.
117.
And it just grazes the wire.
Kieran, you require 72.
So Teehan comes back for 72 to complete a 4-0 victory here and to complete our second round of fixtures. One dart, a double top.
32.
Doesn't go, and Haywood comes back to get
require 32.
his first leg on the board. And just to keep Kieran guessing a little bit, forcing the Irishman to serve it out.
They've got inviting that first start is, though. You just knew it had to go.
Shane Haywood.
Shane Haywood's darts do lie a little bit flatter in the board. That due to where he grips the dart in relation to the balance point of the tungsten.
Game on.
This is where Teehan would have been eyeing up. This will be the leg he would have wanted to have got it done in. The last one was a bonus. It was a throw for Shane Haywood. Teehan throwing first and using the darts well. Opens with a max.
97.
I've said at times this week, Kieran's timing's just been a little bit off at points, but
60.
I was going to say, when he's needed to get the job done in this particular contest, he has, but he's just opened up a small opportunity. But Shane Haywood, you said, needed at least a 140 to have provided any
80.
kind of damage. Question in the chat room, is this possibly the first time ever that all 6 on 2 points after 2 games each? I do remember a time when it happened before, but it was a very long time ago. I can't specifically remember where and when, but I do know that there was a time where, and I think actually it got to the point where they're all locked on 4 points as well. But this is for the match, and this is to make sure that every single player is on 2 points after the second round of fixtures. And he's going to have a dart at double 12 to do it for 138, and he would have done it in 12 as well, but he is going to come back for 3 more upon his return.
$140.
Great pressure applied by Shane, but this is for the match, for 4-1 win. Double 3.
6.
Shane Haywood gets another chance.
65.
The story just continues to develop for Kieran Teehan with the missed opportunities when they're presented themselves, but that could be tricky.
45.
Teehan gets another chance
6.
to put everyone on 2 points.
From the top to the bottom. One left, but this is so awkward for him. The bed's blocked, and because of his height, it's going to be even more obscured. You don't know where to go. He is hitting, he's hoping. And he finds superbly. And it is as you were in Group C. Every single player after 2 rounds of matches are on 2 points respectively. A complete roles reversal from round 1. And Kieran Teehan, so it's a 4-1 win against Shane Haywood. That's how the game panned out from a statistical viewpoint. Haywood, those missed darts to the double, he's going to rue them. But Teehan on the board, a 4-1 win. And coming up after the break, we're going to watch Arnie Spee and Michels go toe-to-toe for the 4th time this week.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist
shot.
Well, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that.
He needs the one.
there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And as you can see, every single game has gone with the player throwing first in proceedings, which means every single player is on 2 points in the group. It's been a compare and contrast for pretty much everybody so far on this Thursday afternoon. But this third round will see some splits become apparent. What we are guaranteed is a halfway split in terms of the table, or the halfway point of the day. Our 7th match of the day sees the first game between 2 players who come out of Group A. Arnie Spee up against Moreno Michels. It's the pair's 4th meeting of the week, and Michels picking up victories in all 3 matches that the pair played. The first meeting on Monday was an absolute cracker. Michels averaging 95.43 in a 4-0 success against the Dutchman. 4th and 7 on the doubles as well, and then on Tuesday, Michels ran out a 4-2 winner. Took out a 1-6-7 in that particular match. Didn't quite live up to the heights of Monday's action. Then it was another 4-2 win for Michels against Arnie around about at this point of the day yesterday. So it's 3-0 to Michels in this meeting of the 2 Dutchmen, the 2 ADC European qualifiers. But 60. Arnie Spee last time out, okay, the average went down to 89 in that 4-2 win against Nick Fullwell, but the first 3 legs was absolutely superb. He was averaging 14 darts a leg after 3 legs.
131.
Yeah, we've not really had anyone at the moment, have we, who's been able to string a couple of performances together so far, which is why the table is completely split only by leg difference. And that's something we don't actually see too often, is it, here at the Super Series?
Jenny can only remember one time where that's happened before. I cannot remember another time.
I think one of the interesting things about this is that's kind of what we expected from this group. We kind of expected it was going to be tight and contested.
That's
from Michels, who himself averaged 88.83 and hit 2-ton plus checkouts in a win against Peter Hudson in the last round of fixtures, finishing
60.
Off that 120.
90.
So finishing off the 102, also had the 120 in there.
$30. $140. Moreno, you require 60.
For double. Again, just comes quite violently low.
40.
And
Arnie requires 73.
Courtesy of that big 140 in the last visit, gives himself the opportunity.
52 left. he's missed the big number. It's almost as if he was caught in two minds there, which is why he slipped into the single 5. And so Michels comes back for double 10 for the break of throw here.
20.
And to continue his upwards trajectory against his fellow compatriot. It's double 5 now.
15.
Doesn't go.
Arnie, you require 40.
Messy start on the doubles. And that is a bust opportunity. So
Moreno,
another chance for
5.
Moreno Michels to get the breaker throw. This is his third opportunity.
Down for the double 2.
Game shot
Into
on
the double 2.
leg. Moreno
And Michels breaks and leads by a leg to nil.
Second leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Say stars make fights. Well, this week these two haven't really quite rubbed off on one another. In terms of the contests that they have played, they've been a bit more of an attritional affairs.
$95. $85. $100.
Much more like it.
80.
He did find 3 maximums in the last game, did Arnie Spee.
45.
When he had his best performance of the week, picking up his second victory of the week when he beat Nick Fullwell, averaging over 100 to the majority of it.
$35.
But then instantly gives back the opportunity.
$85.
Spee will think that there's 6 starts from here, although Michels has already taken out a couple of tub plus outs today.
59. Moreno, you require 152.
152. Another one of them. Double 16 for a hat-trick of tub plus outs today. Just double checks the score with the referee, Jack Garwood.
136.
And then the misfire on the double 16.
Arnie, you require 132.
Yeah, that pause could have just been enough to distract him, enough to not get the double 16, just lose the rhythm. He may not lose the leg. He comes back again, 3 darts in hand.
16.
Moved the wire.
Game shot on the second leg.
And then
Moreno Michels.
in between the wires. And he could be on his way here to be top of the
Third
table.
leg. It's Arnie to throw
Top
first.
2 players do qualify
Game
through
on.
the Saturday night, where they will be joining Jeff Smith, who told us yesterday he's going to be going and enjoying a couple of days off, going
60.
a little bit of time on the practice board, which, as we know from some of his social media posts in the past, have been put in very interesting places. Remember when he was down here before and he couldn't get on the back of the door,
85.
so he hung it on the mirror. That is confidence.
85.
7 years bad luck if he had a missed straight dart.
$58.
Of course, you break a mirror, 7 years bad luck.
140.
What did you say before that?
Yeah, missed straight dart that hits the mirror, 7 years bad luck.
36.
Well, Arnie Spee here is
108.
going to lead himself on a double after 12 after hitting that max. Just beginning to find
45.
a better level on a more consistent
Arnie
basis
require
here.
36.
The one thing we know is
No score.
nothing's going to wipe the smile off of his face. He absolutely is loving his time here at the Super Series, and he would absolutely love to be in a battle for
29.
Saturday night in this Group C qualification.
Double 18 to get his first leg on the board. Now, may think about his options here with Michels not on a finish, but he's going to go straight for the double 9.
28.
And he'll return for double 4.
$100. Only you require 8.
Double 4 to get his first leg on the board in this contest.
On the third
Back we go
leg,
to 2-1,
Arnie
but Arnie's still going to have to find a break at some point in this contest.
4 flag. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $108.
Just when Moreno's being asked 1 or 2 questions, does he come up with his second 180 of the contest?
55.
Both of these players
100.
of ADC Europe. We mentioned that Benelux Trophy, which is going to be taking place in the summer. To be more precise, the 6th of July in Prinsenbeek in the
26.
Netherlands. €3,000 total prize money, and you've got to win qualifiers through your local confederation to play in that particular competition.
100.
And the 4 semi-finalists will qualify for the Modus Super Series. They'll also get €1,000 prize money.
Moreno, you require
And
121.
the champion will also get a spot at the Global Championship. Now, Michels has got form for this finish this week, but he's not going to take it out now.
57. $74. Moreno, you require 64.
Double 8 for 3-1.
Game shot on the
14
4 flag.
darter to
Moreno
boot.
Michels.
It's feeling very much as if Moreno's
flag, it's
playing
Arnie
in
to throw
spells
first.
today. There's some good
Game on.
stuff. There's some stuff just below. He just hasn't been able to harness it all together in a match.
I wouldn't single out today. I think that's been his week.
49.
But you know how the Super Series goes. You've just got to do enough to get to Saturday, and that's when you need to find that sort of consistently high level. You can waver in a week. You can
58.
dip in and out of performance. As long as you find your way through, and to do that, he needs to be in the top 2.
43. $97. $97.
Michels is thinking a couple of good turns and he could kill this contest off.
140.
Then 140 puts him in position against the throat.
40. $60.
Arnie a long way back. Doesn't cause any worries there for Moreno coming up dry with the trebleless visit. Because he's still got 6 starts
Moreno, you require 146.
to get the job done here at the 146. Just needs to bring it down. He's not going to bring it down too much.
30.
You'll be disappointed about the way that particular visit panned out, and it's just opened up the door here for Ali Speed. And it's a door he has opened. He's left himself on a single to double and has now forced this to go. And suddenly we have a new favourite for this leg. And that's not a nice first start. as exemplified with dart 2.
60. Only require 43.
Been a bit of a mess here for Moreno. From 206.
Game shot on the fifth flag.
And
Arnie
the chances
speed.
have ran out to get the job done 4-1. 206 area, 3 visits. I never even got down to a
Sixth
double.
flag. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
But Michels has the opportunity to serve this particular encounter out here and now.
85.
Haven't had a game go 4-3 yet today.
$60.
As we reach pretty much the midway point of our session. Game 7 of 15.
58.
And don't forget, we've got another session tonight. Group B gets underway from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. Going to feature Justin Hood, Challenge Tour winner of the weekend. Adam
85.
Lipscomb, local favourite. Chris Quantock, who's previously won a week here at the Super Series alongside Jim Long and Adam Mould, who dropped out from Group A over the course of the last 3 days.
134.
These two also Group A combatants. And in Group A, Moreno Michels won all 3 meetings between the pair.
96.
And he's 224 points away from making it 4 wins in 4.
$140.
Much better setup play this time for Moreno. Only does the minimum
100.
requirement there to give
Moreno,
himself
you
an
require
opportunity.
84.
Should Moreno not be able to take out the 84.
Double 12 to seal a
Shot. And the
4-2
match,
win for Moreno
Moreno
Michels.
Michels.
It's back-to-back wins for Moreno Michels. It puts him temporarily top of the pile, responding well to a slow start to the day. The average 82.41, 2 maximums in there, 4th and 12 on the doubles. Coming up after the break, Nick Fullwell takes on Shane Haywood.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Michels got the better of Artie Spee by 4 legs to 2, an average of 82.41. 4 for 12 on the doubles, and finishing off with an 84 out. It puts him temporarily top of this Group C, ahead of this meeting between Nick Fullwell and Shane Haywood, 2 players who've come into Group C in their first day today, and like everybody else, have won 1 and lost 1 so far today. Nick Fullwell put in what is the performance of the day so far, 96-97 in his first match against Teehan, was then on the receiving end of that spree from Arnie Spee, who raced into a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all before Fullwell rallied off a couple of legs in succession, but then Spee held his nerve to win 4-2. As far as Shane Haywood is concerned, average 87, a 4-1 win off the bat against Michels, before then losing by that scoreline to Teehan. I keep asking what's going to happen in these games, but because the group's so tight, it's probably impossible to pick.
Yeah, I think I'd give you the same answer that I'd give you at the start of the day, which is so difficult to predict any of these games because they're so evenly matched. This has been a real level group. You do feel, though, on what we've seen so far, Nick Fullwell may be the player who could just show that little bit of class.
140.
Well, the thing is, we know the quality that he possesses. He showed it in the previous incarnation of this tournament. It was the Online Darts 96. Live League in Southampton. On a tour card, won events on the WDF circuit when that returned following COVID.
121.
Well, he's actually played on both codes. When you first pick up a set of darts, there are 2 places you want to play, Ali Pali and Lakeside. Nick Fullwell has played on both of those
98.
stages,
Shane,
ticking off the 2 bucket list locations. Best he's achieved was position number 59 in the world rankings, that back in 2010.
97.
Same year reached the second round of the UK Open, and was sort of leading in from a World Championship appearance in 2009, that on the PDC code.
180. Shane, you require 46.
Max Seedley himself on double 2, but is he going to get a go at it? Haywood double 16 for 40 dart break and a 1-0 lead. Double 8's what he's looking for now.
30.
But he
Nick,
cannot find.
4.
And so Fullwell will come back for double 2, pin the double 2.
First leg, Nick Fullwell.
And it is the man from the Midlands who leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Born in Wolverhampton, but plays from Stourbridge now, does Nick Fullwell.
59.
I'll tell you what, Matt, because it's a Thursday afternoon,
59.
I'm going to give you a little bit of a tungsten teaser.
Can't wait.
Now, the European Football Championships start tomorrow.
80.
First game being between Germany and Scotland at the Allianz Arena in Munich. And the tungsten teaser for yourself and for you in the chat room and via
58.
social media as well is this. How many nations playing at the European Championships Euro 2024 are also participating in the 2024 PDC World Cup of Darts? Post your answers on the chat room or via your carrier pigeon, and we'll delve into the answer later on in this afternoon's broadcast.
$140. 97. Shane, you require 87.
87 for Haywood to level up at 1 apiece. And he has got the luxury of time in this second leg.
47.
Didn't have to chase around. Will perfectly leave himself on tops. Think about it, Nick. Think about it. Think about it.
This is a guy who's had a PDC Pro Tour card. He should know better.
Game shot on a second
It's
leg.
not going to matter,
Haywood.
but he could have just changed that sort of process that Shane Haywood had there.
Third leg, it's Nick to throw first.
Strange to see a
Game on.
choice like that made by a player so experienced like Nick Fullwell. 14 years he's been in and around the professional game.
60.
We talk so often, Matt, don't we, about unforced errors. And I think that one will go in that particular category.
60. $134. $81. $135.
Well,
81.
in regards to your tungsten teaser, Henry, I can tell you we've had one answer so far, which is further evidence as to why it got binned off.
100.
That's because they're thinking and they're Wikipediaing and they're Googling.
140. Nick, you require 72.
72 for Fullwell. He's got to get a dart at tops to move 2-1 to the good.
Game shot on the third leg. Nick
And
Fullwell.
Fullwell will move 2-1 up.
Fourth leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Was Tobian correct? Do you want to put him out of his misery? Was 18 correct?
We're going to find out the answer at the end of the programme, or later on in this broadcast.
I'm
59.
sure he's going to stick around for that.
$60.
Shane Haywood's appearance here seems to be quite similar to that of last time, doesn't it? He started well, started strong, and just sort of tailed off a little bit as the days going on. It's a great start for him, 87 average, 4 from 7 on the doubles. 4-1 victory over Michels. But he's in trouble now because Nick Fullwell's starting to get into swing. But look at this, he's fighting back.
140. $125. $58. Nick, you require 136.
136 to make it 3-1. Now one of them leaves himself double 8, but it's not going to go on this occasion. Haywood with a
96.
similar type finish to 144. A couple of triple 20s will leave in double 12. But Fullwell's left himself tops after that particular number. 12 darts to break the throw, move 3-1 to the good, and then have the darts to win the contest.
87. Nick, you require 40.
Nice marker that for the angle of Nick Fullwell there, but falls it
20.
a bit low
Shane, you
there.
require
And
57.
seems to be quite a bit of body movement at times appearing in the Nick Fullwell throw, which is just going to make him ultimately snatch at that release point and pull the dart low.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
And this
fourth
game
leg.
is level at
Shane
2
Haywood.
apiece. Fullwell's had a full-gone opportunity to stretch clear in this contest, but it is as
Fifth
you were.
leg. It's Nick to throw first. Game on. $182. $137. $22.
And thus, in 6 darts, we can see the inconsistency here of the group. A 180, followed by 22.
108.
Whereas Haywood now really is on the charge.
He's done it again.
140.
He's done it again. He might have just fancied the lie, felt the bed was nice and open, but a switch down to the 19s there would have left him a finish. And in this situation, when Haywood is starting to find and he's on a finish now after 9, that could be big. Could be a big mistake.
60. Shane, you require 84.
And has now left himself on a 3 dart on 99.
Rather than the potential 2 dart, the 59 would have caused. It's the persistence of Fullwell on the 20s is putting him into a bit of trouble.
53. Nick, you require 99.
Very old school. 96 left. Treble 20, double 18. Not going to go. Haywood back for 31 to break the throw to move 3-2 up. And it means that both players now is going to have the opportunity to break and then throw for the match. Fullwell was unable to take full advantage of his opportunity. Can Haywood fire his? No is the answer.
23. Nick, you require 56.
Well, I suppose an error's only an error if it gets punished, and it hasn't been punished here for Fullwell. He's got 2 darts. Again, an ideal line on the tops, this time able to use it.
Nick Fullwell.
And gets away with those errors from earlier on in the leg.
6th flag. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Good game, this one. Both players around the 90 mark.
A competitive contest.
108.
That's Haywood's second max of the game. The 5th altogether.
$85.
Goes 4 into the 9. Just for a second we got a little bit excited, but nonetheless an excellent leg, and he's left Fullwell in the distance.
55.
He's got the time he wants to take us all the way to a decided leg. But our first last leg decider
95.
Of this Thursday afternoon session. Had a couple of 4-2s, but we haven't yet got to 4-3. It's the only scoreline we haven't seen
83.
so far today. After a couple of 4-0s and 4-1s to kickstart proceedings.
54.
What that shot told me was with Dart 2, which is all about setting up, knowing that Fullwell was so far back. Just ensuring of the double 16 upon his return, which you sense now is going to have to be taken out because Fullwell's on a 2-darter for the match.
32.
Still a wide open bed, and he used the second dart there. You could hear and see the deflection in off the flight. But this has been a 180 fest. They're at 6 maximum so far.
Nick to throw first. Game on.
4-2 in favour of Nick Fullwell. He'd love one right now.
And so this is the first game to go all the way. Perhaps a surprise that we got to this far in the session with such a competitive group without a game going the distance.
140.
Well, this has been a really good performance from Shane Haywood. Average of 95.20, and the timing has been there for him. That 95 average also includes the fact he's missed 9 darts at the double. Showing what a real clinical scoring performance this has been, where he's registered 13 scores 45. Of a ton or more, and the column that's most full is the 140s.
That is Nick Fullwell's 5th 180 of the contest, of his last scoring visit of the match. And he leaves himself on 138 to get the job done. Is Haywood going to make it an 8th max? Yes is the answer. And only once in Super Series history have we seen more maximums than in this game.
I think Jack Garwood's going to need some form of throat lozenge at the end of this.
Boy, this would hurt. But Haywood isn't going to take out the haymaker 136, and so Fullwell's going to come back for tops after 12 darts. And that's kind of been the story of this game. Players leaving themselves on doubles after a dozen darts. And this to get the game won, it's going to have to be double 15. And it's found for Fullwell, who finds his second win of the day. He beat Shane Haywood 4-3 in a superb contest. 8 180s between the pair, both players averaging high into the 90s. A real good match, finished off with a 14 darter, and here's a win for the man from the Midlands. That is how the game played out from a statistical viewpoint. Fullwell winning in the last leg to side win our middle match of the afternoon session. Coming up after the break, the final game from round 3 sees Peter Hudson take on Kieran Teehan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth we completed 8 matches on this afternoon session before the break. Nick Fullwell won a cracking affair against Shane Haywood by 4 legs to 3, hitting 5 180s, 4 from 9 on the doubles, averaging at the end of 92.29. Shane Haywood losing despite hitting 3 maximums and having an average in excess of 96. Well, the final game from round 3 sees Kieran Teehan and Peter Hudson going toe-to-toe. Hudson, who started the day with a 4-0 win against Arnie Spee before losing out 4-2 to Moreno Michels, whilst Kieran Teehan, in terms of the numbers over a consistent basis, is perhaps up there with anybody. 85 and 88, the average is 1 win, 1 defeat, 1 last time out. 4-1 against Shane Haywood, who now has tasted back-to-back defeats in this Group C scenario. But it just felt like in that last game, that match 6, the final game from the second round of fixtures, that Kieran Teehan was just beginning to find his groove, just beginning to find his rhythm a little bit, and he'll be hoping to take that kind of ascendancy into this particular encounter. But Hudson looks more like the man that kick-started game 1 in comparison to playing in game 2.
$60.
Yeah, we said we've been looking for someone to find that little bit of consistency, put a couple of back-to-back performances together, and it looks like Nick Fullwell could be the man coming through on the pack. He was quite a bit of value at the start of the day, 7-1. He was in order to go through and win this group, and maybe when he saw that come up on the monitor that the players have in the practice room, maybe it goes back up a little bit. Certainly, he's got here the proper conditions and facilities to be able to hit that peak level of performance,
60.
which he wouldn't have been having out on the various tours. So maybe that is just what's helping bring him through back to the Nick Fullwell that was a PC Tour card holder not that long ago.
60.
Another one of them. Would have left him tops, but it's not going to be on this particular occasion for Peter. So Kieran's going to come back for the 161, and he's going to have to take it out because that 140 has left Hudson or double 10.
$64. Peter, you require 20.
So can Hudson take out this double 10 to take out the first leg? Yes, is the emphatic answer. 1-0 to the Rock.
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on. $55.
You do see a lot of people sort of grow with the sport
58.
and they sort of evolve into what you expect the image, shall we say, of a dart player to be. But what we've kind of got here with Teehan and Hudson here is they've sort of gone the opposite
58.
way. They used to have their dart shirts with the logos and the names on, and they've sort of wound it back now to just plain polo shirts.
123.
I remember many years ago, a player once told me, he says, if you don't feel good, you don't advertise. And I've always kept that in mind when you go to an event and you see someone
85.
turn up in the most plainest of clothes. You think, do you not feel confident in yourself? It was only really Alan Tabban who never really adopted the dart player shirt as such. And he actually said he used to hate them. Someone we see here at the Super Series these days.
I remember when I was working a bit more full-time in
42.
football, there was somebody that I worked with during that time, and they came up with the best ways. It came from the NFL. Look good, feel good, play good. And if you play good, they'll pay you good.
100.
Also, an expression used by a dart player called Danny Baggish, someone we're yet to see here at the Super Series, who I'm sure we'll see at some point, and I think could be a real asset to the Super Series system. Is there anyone
100.
you guys out there
BT
would like to
require
see
80.
that you haven't seen yet at the Super Series? Let us know in the chat, as Peter Hudson is looking at double 10 to double his lead.
$70. Kieran, you require
Not to be, but
161.
this is a good performance so far, and Teehan hasn't really been able to keep chasing this contest. He has found a 161 this week. He may have to find it again. Bullseye. Not to be on this
116.
occasion, and so
BT, you require
Hudson will
10.
get another go at this double 5, but he's going to have to not make any more blots on the doubles. And he has presented Teehan with a opportunity to up at 1-1. I think we know what he thought about
Kieran,
that.
you require 45.
I think from that, I think we can say we should have Peter Hudson here on Halloween week.
To be fair, we've had that look when you've had a Haribo Tangfastic too many. That was fantastic from Teehan, 1-1. And Teehan must be thinking from here, he must be licking his lips at the proposition in front of him.
Game on.
I've got a feeling Pete Hudson might be about to become one of them memes.
59.
Oh, here's one I quite like. Justin Pipe. And from what I hear, I've heard Justin Pipe throwing darts again.
Is he? Good to hear.
$58.
What about this one? Jason Lowe. I think Jason Lowe is a quality player.
60.
And the only thing is Jason Lowe doesn't realise it. And I said to Jason Lowe, when he realises how good he is, he'll be brilliant. And still, always considered himself, even when he was playing in the World Championship, just considered himself a pub player that was doing well.
Well, pub players don't beat Michael Smith for the World Championships.
108.
They weren't pub darts on Teehan. Darts has a good record when it comes to J-Lo's at the World Championship. One or two have been around the block. Some have won a little, some have won a lot.
95. $100. Kieran, you require 109.
109 for Teehan to break the throw of Hudson. He had a real opportunity to really stretch a lead in this leg. But he may find it nonetheless, but he needed to find Channel 19 with dart 2 to give himself a dart of double 16. And so this 104 for Hudson to move himself 2-1 in front. B for his second. Tub plus out of the day. If he could pin the double 16. Yes is the answer. A real good check that from Peter Hudson to move 2-1 to the good.
Full flag. It's
that was
Kieran
a very good finish,
first.
that, because Kieran Teehan was making a move in that leg. He had that maximum visit that gave him that slight advantage in the scoring stages, but Hudson just
50.
swipes him aside.
Well, it's been 5 ton plus checkouts so far this afternoon. 4 of them have been either hit by Peter Hudson or hit against Peter Hudson by Marina Michels in that 5th game. The only other ton
40.
plus out was that ton by Arnie Spee in his 4-2 win against Nick Fullwell in game 4.
$134.
Don't forget as well to get in contact with us regarding the tungsten
80.
teaser. How many of the 24 teams playing at the UEFA Euro 2024 European Football Tournament are also playing at the PDC World Cup of Darts in a couple of weeks' time? Do send your suggestions in. 1 or 2 have actually got quite close. I've seen a guess of 18, a guess of 15, a guess of 22. Neither of them are correct.
58.
Do send your suggestions in.
$140.
Very wayward dart there for Hudson. It's hard to build off that, and that's a good switch.
Here and you require 77.
Sometimes when you throw one so wayward, you affect the whole of the visit.
Game shot on a
No
full
problems
flag.
there for
Teehan,
Teehan, though. Nice 14 darter to level us up. And you said in the last game it was the first game that went
Fifth
the
flag.
distance.
It's
We
Peters to
expected a
throw
lot of games to
first.
go the distance.
Game on.
Maybe we're going to see that in the back half as the table starts to take shape and you get that extra dynamic.
60.
Well, Kieran Teehan just perking his shoulders up because he saw that dry start for Peter and thought, right, now's the time to really take the game by the scruff of my neck.
100.
Football Fans TV says 13. Nope.
99. 60.
Interesting suggestion for people to play at the Super
58.
Series who haven't played before. Tony West, brother of Steve West, the World Masters champion. Don't know how much he still throws darts these days. I believe he's relocated
46.
now, hasn't he, over to Holland. But it'd be interesting to see what he's still got in the locker. Quality operator in his day.
45.
Well, that dry turn could open up the door here for Kieran Teehan if he can pile in a couple of triples here.
96. 100.
Hudson first to finish, but Teehan will be hoping to leave himself on a 2-darter upon his return to threaten the break of throw and move him 3-2 to the good, and then he'd have the darts to complete a 4-2 victory.
99. Peter, you require 139.
Exactly what he does. And Hudson is going to fire at the 139, and so Teehan has got an opportunity to find what would be just his 4th top plus checkout of the week, and all 3 of them came on Tuesday.
But this would be a very, very important one in the
87.
context of this
Here
game
and you
and
require
potentially the
100.
group, which would mean the context of the week. This is a big, big moment here for Teehan.
Needs to find the treble 19. He does for the double. Oh, that's
Game shot on
superb.
the 5th flag.
What a
Kieran
recovery
Teehan.
following dart 1 for Kieran Teehan. He breaks the throw of Peter Hudson. He's 3-2 up
Sixth
and now
flag.
has the
It's
throw
Kieran
to
to
win the
throw
match.
first.
Hudson in the background shakes
Game
his
on.
head. He can't believe what he's seen.
$59. 100. 58. 137.
The response from Peter in this leg has been a good one.
140.
Ton followed by a 137, but Teehan just snapping at his heels. Hudson has taken the darts unless this visit goes dry, but dart 2 is a great recovery following dart 1, but
66.
it was a rose amidst 2 thorns, really.
Spraying him around a little bit, isn't he, Hudson? Just not quite got that consistency that comes with playing
86.
regularly. And that kind of was a bit of a happy accident there for Teehan, because he was able to still leave a finish. It is a big ask, but he's just hit the double 19.
Kieran, you require 158.
$158 to get the match won. There's a B for another tub plus checkout, and another one on double 19.
120. Peter, you require 130.
Hudson would have been stood at the back of the stage thinking, here we go. Seen it all before, and they always seem to go. Not on this occasion. Teehan, though, will get another
32.
opportunity this time. Much easier.
38.
This time, it's for the points.
The question is, split or hit? He goes direct.
90.
He only had a little portion of the right-hand side to aim with dart free and couldn't find it.
But again, it's that lack of power in the scoring phase here for Hudson that's left him with a lot of work to do. But he's a dart away.
91. Kieran, you
Raises
require
the wire.
19.
But Teehan back for 19. To complete a 4-2 success. I mean, he would be the player that moves on to 4 points in the group. And he does it with a 4-2 win. He gets the better of Peter Hudson to round off the third cycle of matches. Teehan with a two-leg spurt towards the end of the match. It started with that ton on the nose. He then missed double 19 for the 158. But Teehan moves on to 4 points in the group alongside Nick Fullwell, alongside Moreno Michels. We're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to watch Moreno Michels and Nick Fullwell action. The winner will move on to 6 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Kieran Teehan get the better of Peter Hudson by 4-2. Nick Fullwell and Moreno Michels also winners in that last round. So the table Well, it's split into two halves. Fullwell, Michels and Teehan all on 4 points. Hudson, Haywood and Spee all on 2. But that's going to change here and now because Michels and Fullwell will go toe-to-toe in this, the 10th game of the afternoon session. The victor move on to 6 points and the winner will have the temporary lead at the top of the table ahead of Kieran Teehan's game against Arnie Spee, which is going to take place after this one. But last time we saw Nick Fullwell play, it was a fantastic match. 92.29 the average. He hit 5 180s and a 4-3 win against Shane Haywood. As for Moreno Michels, it's hard to make a read, to be perfectly honest, of one moment to the next as to how he's going to play and as to how he's going to perform. But I think it's fair to say that Nick's playing closer towards that level we saw from him 3 years ago when he really was pushing on the cusp of that tour card.
Yeah, he's played very, very well today, Nick Fullwell. He's been the standout performer, and if he continues that, you'd expect him to be leaving in one of the positions of qualification.
100.
If he continues this all the way through, you'd expect to see him here on Saturday night. Doesn't need to find anything extra. He's just got to keep doing the same things.
60.
But he's up against Moreno Michels here, and we said earlier on there was a game between Hudson and Michels where they'll be very familiar with each other from 45. Their time on the Pro Tour, and do they have memories of what it was like when they was on that tour 10 years ago? Well, it'll be the same equation here as well for Fullwell and Moreno.
140.
They will know each other very, very well.
$134.
Well, this leg kind of sums up what the point I was making about Moreno Michels. Time 45, 134 of his first 9 darts.
30. $96. 95. Moreno,
so Michels first to finish, looking at the 126, and he has got 6 from here to open up a 1-0 lead. Doesn't have to attack it with the bullseye. What he is going to do is leave himself on a double upon his return, and that double of choice is double 14.
$100. Moreno, you require 28.
Double 14 for Michels, now down for double 7.
21.
That was always going to be tricky, that for Moreno. The way the dart sits up and just took away half of the bed. Tops for Fullwell.
56. Moreno, you require 7.
He may not have expected to have got. But this can get a little bit messy. Make sure of the single, and he does, smack bang in the middle.
Game shot on the first
Gets
leg.
there in the
Moreno
end.
Michels.
1-0 to Michels.
Second leg. It's Nick to throw first. Game on. $60.
Such a smooth action, that of Nick Fullwell. You look at the components of it, there's not much really that can go too far wrong with it. Draw back, a little bit of a twizzle before the release. Kind of release towards the
140.
The right eye, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cutting across certain lines, which is why sometimes you'll just see him throw the body into it a little bit. You'll see the head jolt back a little bit like a Conor Heenahan. See there, the chin lift. When you get that, the likelihood
40.
is that the dart will end up going left.
$45.
There you go, a better look at the action there with Nick Fullwell.
85.
Michels has got 6 darts here from 216 to open up a 2-love lead in this particular contest.
140.
And that 140 leaves himself on a 2-darter with Poddy's return. But Fullwell is going to leave himself on tops, and so this now has to go.
Requires 76.
Double 12.
52.
Cannot recover the situation, and Fullwell is back to level up.
Game shot on the first
level
leg.
we
Second leg,
are.
Nick Fullwell.
1-1 between Michels and Fullwell.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $140.
Moreno made history by being the
60.
first ever representative of an ADC, whether that be the UK or Europe, to make it through to a Champions League final, when he did so in Series 5. Lost out to Jim McEwen in that particular final. Then gone on to see Tom Sykes make it through to the final as an ADC qualifier, and then Andreas Harrison winning the title as an ADC qualifier through Europe. And I'd be very much surprised if he's not the one that gets that Nordic spot at the Global Championship. I think the only thing that might stop him from being there is by being at Adi Pally itself.
$140. Moreno, you require 99.
So this has been a dominant leg here from Moreno. And he's going to leave himself handily poised on tops after 12 upon his return.
$81. Moreno, you require 40.
It's felt quite serene passage for Moreno in this leg.
Game shot on the
and that
third
14
leg.
darter
Moreno
puts him halfway towards the victory post. 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Nick to throw first. Game on. $85.
I think the one thing we can say about today is we're probably not going to be any wiser in regards to the destination of this group come tomorrow.
Yeah, and also another one of those Group C's that's going to go
80.
down to pretty much the very final dart of proceedings. Remember, we'll be back at 1 o'clock tomorrow to see how this Group C concludes. We are going to have a
40.
evening session tonight from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to enjoy. The likes of Justin Hood, Adam Lipscomb, Chris Quantock, Jim Long, Adam Mould, all going to be
100.
in action. So do join us for that. And don't forget, if you haven't done so already, to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel. Only takes a click. And on top of the live action that we bring you 6 days a week, there'll also be bonus content available from there, as well as on our social media feeds. You can see our Instagram, X, Facebook handles below,
59.
but also on TikTok. If you're one of them that likes all the TikToking, then why don't you give us a subscribe on the TikTok
100.
channel.
Well, this game's following a bit of a pattern at the moment, and that is the player who throws first
58. Nick, you require 136.
winning the leg with very little resistance and challenge.
$83. $140. Nick, you require 53.
So this full level game. Fullwell's got 2 darts at tops. Michels on 64 for the break, but he's not going to get a look at it.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Cannot split this pair.
$100.
I'll tell you what, Matt, you know full well this is going 4-3.
I don't know how you come up with them, Henry.
100.
Some of the things I hear in my head, you know.
$95.
Well, you could put your house on me coming up with one of those puns.
Been asked in the chat here if I'm going to be attending the English Classic.
135.
We don't know as of yet. Plans do change quite regular, but one of the things that is great is to see Opens and these tournaments coming back on the
90.
calendar, and we're seeing so much opportunity now for the players. Nick Fullwell, not too long ago, I was over in Switzerland playing in 2 WWF Silver ranked events, so there's always something to play in these days if you are a non-card holder, and there's lots of opportunity now to play in broadcasted events as well.
100.
Plenty opportunities to do things just like that.
Nick, you require 129.
But just as Michels has left himself on a double after 12, could be as quickly as Fullwell takes advantage of the situation. He went double-double.
93.
He persevered with the last dart to leave himself with a double 18 upon his return. And that's what Marina Michels wants here.
Game shot on a
Gets
fifth
it,
leg.
leads 3-2, 13 darter.
That being the first time there where there was just that slight bit of danger on the player throwing first.
Game on.
Been quite cushy and comfortable until that point.
55.
Got to be the performance of the day here so far for Moreno Michels. Yes, he's picked a couple of victories, but those couple of victories came
97.
with significantly weaker performances. Certainly raised it here against Nick Fullwell, and that might be due to the fact that he's seen the performance levels that Nick Fullwell has put in. And when you are in that
58.
back room, you are watching the screens, and you can sense the danger when you look at people's performance. But that's a perfect dart. You expect him to fill.
125.
Just caught the flight of dart one on the way in.
Talking about filling it up.
100.
That's exactly what Fullwell does here. And now he looked very much on the cards towards last leg decider. Fullwell's already won one today. The only one,
58.
the only game which has gone the distance so far on this Thursday afternoon. He's definitely getting his money's worth.
36.
Then goes for a max to 36, and now opens up the door for Michels. Suddenly he's got 6 darts to win the match.
140.
That 140 leads himself on a 2-darter after 12 against the throw.
$100. Moreno, you require.
And this 2 complete a 4-2 victory.
Can't recover the situation, so Fullwell a chance to take us the distance.
72.
We'll be expecting at least a dart at the double. And you'll get that if you can hit the big 20. Just shuffles across to open up the bed.
52.
Can't find it.
Moreno, you require.
So
40.
Moreno, match chance.
This to wrap it up. Double 10.
20.
That's 3 match darts.
Nick, you require 20.
Come and gone for Moreno Michels. And Fullwell is back for double 10 to take us all the way. Now up for double 5. Moves
15.
inside. And now
Moreno,
Michels has got a more
20.
makeable opportunity to see the job through here. And he makes absolutely no mistake whatsoever on the double 10. And so it's going to be Moreno Michels that's going to move to the top of the pile. He's the first player to 6 points in this Group C. after getting the better of Nick Fullwell by 4 legs to 2. A good quality contest, both players averaging in the late 80s, but it is Michels that picks the points up. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Teehan taking on Arnie Spee, and if Teehan wins, he'll move on to 6 points too.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Moreno Michels hit the top of the table temporarily with a 4-2 victory over Nick Fullwell. We will see the pair once again in the final lap of fixtures. But before then, we've got Teehan taking on Arnie Spee, a matchup we've seen 3 times already this week. This game taking part in the Group A campaign, for which Teehan came out the victor of that exchange. But Arnie Spee has had an improved level of performance today, and he certainly shown that in game number 4 when he actually beat Nick Fullwell himself with an average of around about the 90. He was running well over the 100 for the majority of that game. Has that gave him any credit with the odds compilers?
First leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
No. Teehan available at odds of 1 to 5 to win this match. Arnie Spee available at 3 to 1. Which means they think this one
85.
is pretty much a full-gone conclusion. Teehan does have the advantage of throwing first as well, which could be
100.
Another deciding factor. But Teehan so far is sat on 4 points, picking up 2 victories. He actually lost his opening game to Nick Fullwell before back-to-back victories over Shane Haywood and Pete Hudson. But you feel Arnie Spee has certainly settled into the task a lot better today. Maybe the fresh start after the experience of 3 days playing a Group A
60.
campaign.
91.
Does move around the board well, does Arnie Speed. Very good in regards to
100.
his numbers, his counting, his breakdowns, leaving the correct finishers. Oh, he's left the biggest one. And he takes the biggest finish of them all.
Arnie Speed.
We have seen the 167. We said there's only one finish better than that, and it's the maximum one, the 170, and Arnie Speed has reeled it in.
$81.
Well, earlier in the week, I suggested that Arnie Speed may be putting together a bit of a highlight package from his time here at the Super Series. We know that this is a big moment for him to be up there on that stage, playing in this event. Something he watches every single day. And now he's just had the biggest moment of them all. He'll be hoping for some more. He'll be hoping to have some moments on Saturday.
60.
No one is really out of this group. Unlike the Group A, there are 2 places available in the qualification stakes.
85.
Arnie Speed already got 1 victory today. If he could leave with a couple of victories at the back end of today, he'd be well and truly in the mix here. His final game does come in the final game.
100.
That one against Shane Haywood, but this one again from
Arnie Speed. 161.
Another fine start, and there's nothing Teehan can do here but stand back and watch Arnie Speed potentially double his lead.
Arnie require 54.
This is the big number. Corrects the situation, but it's only going to be the 1 dart. Only needs the 1 dart. It's happening again. It's deja vu. It's like going back to match number 4 here for Arnie Speed, who is running at an average of 111. A 111 average, a 170 finish, a maximum
80.
visit. This is the best we have seen today from any player.
He's had 2
81.
incredibly purple patches today, has Arnie Speed.
$58.
We did see in that game
100.
against Nick Full when he did run off that Felix pin was he did the heavy whipper early. Dovetailed towards the air, but what he did early on in proceedings was just enough.
60.
Final game in this round of fixtures, Shane Haywood and Pete Hudson. 2 players also just with 1 win to their name today. So it is going to be very, very tight going into that final lap of fixtures. Certainly,
57.
Arnie Speed can keep this level of performance going.
$45.
But this is what we saw in that game against Haywood, where Arnie got off that incredible start, but and just had a little bit of a slip as it goes into leg 3. I mean, that goes below the ton mark.
39.
Well, those odds before the game was 3-1 for Arnie Speed. It's now 1-3, so he's flipped it around, but the odds compiler's not running for the hills too much yet. Still offering 2-1 on Kieran Teehan.
It'll be interesting to see how those odds change in a second or two's time. If Speed can play himself 3-0 to the good with the double break, and they would have the darts to win the game to 0. And he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 12, now double 6.
63. Kieran, you require 112.
This would be a saviour And this would be a shot into the solar plexus of Arnie Spee.
But deflects just above the treble bed, and so Spee comes back
12.
for double six for the double break. 2 threes for 3-0.
Six.
Well, he's had his chances. He's had big chances there as Arnie Spee. But this could be punishment from CT.
Double 16. Punishment!
On a third leg.
And Teehan brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
Straight back on it though here, Arnie Spee. Great reaction after missing all those darts for a 3-0 lead.
$45.
But Varney's maxims have come at the beginning of legs. Now eating away at Kieran Teehan.
97.
6 here from 2-2-1 to put himself 3-1 to the good. And force Teehan to hold 44. In the next to extend the game thus more.
$85. $60.
Raise the eyebrows there for Arnie Spee, who would have just been wanting one treble just to bring that down to a much more manageable visit. Now he needs to find the treble as part of the combination, but it's not under 60. That much pressure because he's got 6 darts, so he has got the luxury of another setup play should he want it, should he need it.
And he's going to need it.
93.
But that setup leaves him on double 12 for 3-1 lead. The average still 94. The difference in that game with Fullwell was he managed to catch up to Arnie, but Kieran hasn't
55.
really been able to do that.
Arnie required 24.
It was opportunities given to him in the last leg. Saw it go back to 2-1. Double six is where it went wrong in the previous leg, but pins it to the top corner to move a leg away.
Arnie could be about to play himself into contention here in this Group C, which would be a bit of a dream position for the man living his dream here at the Super Series.
93.
I mean, when you look through the history of Arnie Spee, you know he's got this sort of game in him when he's beating the likes of Alexander Merckx, who is very highly ranked on the WDF circuit and plays so well when he comes here to the Super Series.
108.
It's all about translating it onto this particular stage, which he is doing with a bit more regularity now.
99.
Teehan, by contrast, is just beginning to up his levels a little bit here.
32.
Maximum followed by a 1-3-2. Has left himself on a 2-darter after 9 to force Arnie to serve it out in the next potentially.
58. Kieran, you require 96. 56.
So Teehan leaves herself on tops after 12. Arnie hasn't got anything by way of response, so Teehan to put it back to 3-2 and to force Arnie to
40.
serve it out in leg 6. Decided not to mess about with Arnie not on and out.
Yeah, he did check just to make sure beforehand as well. And it was that last start. That's the way he would want. Wasn't a counting error. It was just a Mistart there from Arnie Speed that gave Kieran Teehan the opportunity of time and the luxury of time.
Double 10. For double 5. In the double 5. And Kieran Teehan forces Arnie Speed to serve it out.
6th leg, it's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
Which he was able to do in his game against Nick Fullwell. Starts well here, ton 40. Piles the pressure on Teehan right from the get-go.
$140.
And Teehan responds in kind.
That's all you can do, just keep hitting what your opponent is and wait for the mistake and hope the mistake approaches itself. But a big last start there.
$58.
The error has come for Kieran Teehan.
$45.
Big exchange coming here over the next 60 to 90 seconds.
$59.
That dry turn has now given Arnie Speed 6 starts some 220 to get the job done here and now.
40.
Needs himself an 180. And so now he's presented the opportunity back to Kieran.
This is what I was saying. You just got to ride that early wave when Arnie's hitting and hope that the mistakes arise.
$100.
It was a beautiful start. Could it be a beautiful finish?
For this to save it. The 148 isn't going to go. And so Arnie Speed, who got off to that incredible start, he hit the 170
60
in the first leg of this contest. 80. Can he see it through now to find his second win of the day? His second good performance of the day. And it's rounded off on tops, and Arnie Speed gets the better of Kieran Teehan by 4 legs to 2. Teehan, a bit like Group A, when given an opportunity to go to the top of the pile, hasn't been able to take advantage of that. Speed curtsy that 170 to start, and then some excellent darts thereafter. Runs out a 4-2 victor against Kieran Teehan. Coming up after the break, the final game from the 4th round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon sees Shane Haywood take on Peter Hudson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Lebanon.
What are you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece Robinson.
The moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash. Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the 4th leg.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Doug Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Artie Spieg got the better of Kieran Teehan by 4 legs to 2. It moves him on to 4 points in the group. As far as the table is concerned, Michels leads the way, 6 points to his name. Nick Fullwell, Kieran Teehan and Artie Spieg on 4 respectively. The winner of this game between Peter Hudson and Shayna Haywood will also move on to 4 points in this group. Remember, top 2 make it through to Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it looks like things just cannot be tighter at the top of this Group C as we enter our final 4 games of the afternoon session. But fear not, we are back for 10 more tonight from 10 p.m. on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, where we're going to see the likes of Justin Hoods, the likes of Adam Lipscomb, the likes of Chris Quantock, Jim Long and Adam Mould all in the fold. 3 from 5 will make it through for Thursday's part 2.
We think there's some crazy value tonight as well, don't we, when it comes round. So make sure you do tune in to the opening of the show at 10 o'clock to find out where we think that value lies.
Yeah, some real intriguing odds being laid in that particular Group B. I think it's one of those groups where if you have a fancy player and they're not in the favourites in the running, then it may be worth just having a little bit of an outside pump. But remember, it is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org. If you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Thursday afternoon and Thursday, and if you are watching internationally, please do check with your local authorities as to the gambling rules in the area of the world where you live.
$81.
Promising enough start for the pair in this first leg.
$57.
Just got to keep this one straight, and that could be awkward the way his darts lie to try and get one past. And
60.
Be happy enough just with a straight 60 there.
64.
Treble 18. Leaves the ball.
Game shot on the first
that
leg.
Is stunning from Peter Hudson. A 164 for a 12 darter to lead 1-0. It's his third topper of the day. And the 164 follows the 170 of the previous match by Artie Spieg.
We have been treated to some big finishes this week. We've seen all the biggies. And these are all big darts from Hudson. He's got one more game still to go following this one. That one against Nick Fullwell.
59.
So a real chance here for all the players to end in a qualifying position.
$57.
There's a interesting question, which I'm going to bring this up because this is something we spoke about the other day, wasn't it? About what makes a professional, and it's the professional dart player isn't an interment or a status of performance. A professional dart player is status of career, and the question is, do pro dart players have full-time jobs? The answer would be no, because if they're pro dart players, they earn their money from playing darts. So if you're not earning your money from playing darts, they won't be classed as a professional dart player.
60. Peter, you require 124.
Doesn't have to go for it. You go for the treble 18. And we should also state there's a difference between a professional
92.
darts player and a player that plays on the pro tour.
There's a difference between a good player and, you know, you might even get a professional dart player that's a professional dart player because they make their money from
42.
exhibitions and other
PT
tours, but they might not be as
32.
good as someone who you think would be.
Bit like John
Game shot on
Virgo
the
in
second
snooker. That's a
leg, Peter
13
Hudson.
darter there for Peter Hudson to move 2-0 to the good, averaging 120 so far in this
Third leg,
contest.
it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a very interesting debate. It's one that might be debated for many years to come, but the main judgment for me,
140.
if you are professional, it means salary. If you earn your money from making food, you're a professional
100.
chef. If you earn your money from commentating, you're a professional commentator. If you've got hair, you're a professional hairdresser. You get the vibe.
100.
Well, that won't call somebody that dings microwaves in Weatherspoons a chef.
$137.
See, there's a different chef and cook, are two different professions, you see.
We didn't specify that. You said anybody who makes food all day is known as a professional chef.
But if you put it in a microwave, are you making food or are you
40.
warming it up?
I think we've entered a rabbit hole here, haven't we? Well, Peter Hudson is cooking. Well, the question was whether the bed was blocked or not. Dart 2 basically told us it was.
21.
That's brought his average down 8 points. Got into Shane Haywood here, who has been put under it by Peter in this match,
81.
but is hanging in there. He's going to be first to finish in this leg, but under what type of pressure?
$59. Shane, you require
So 6 starts
140.
guaranteed now for Haywood. And you'll just be thinking straight ton, leave tops.
$90. $100. Shane, you require
So-
50.
Shane should get a couple of darts here to bring it back to 2-1. Double 16 is going to be the target of his choice. But not the target that's
18.
been executed.
Peter,
And
you
so
require 84.
Hudson comes back for an opportunity to get the double break of throw and a 3-0 lead. But he's had a couple of misfires, hasn't he, in this leg? The radar's just gone off a little bit.
So a frustrated figure there. I can tell you as well, Shane Haywood in the back will probably be getting frustrated
44.
as well because he just wants to
Shane,
come
you
up and take his
require
opportunity.
32.
He wants to come up and throw at this double 16.
Waiting
Game shot
around
on the
like a
third
dog that
leg,
wants to
Shane
chase the ball.
Haywood.
But Haywood back to 2-1 and Hudson has the darts to move 3-1 in front.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on. 66. $85. 54. 59. 60.
Well, this is a game of two halves for Peter Hudson, isn't he? He was running in the 110s not long ago, and now it's tumbling down.
81. 99.
This game has just reached a little bit of a lull.
It just feels a little bit
100.
like Pete Hudson's just trying to be too deliberate at the moment. Feels like he's just sucked a little bit of pace out of the game.
$81.
Well, Hudson's left himself first to finish in this fourth leg. Haywood, though, if he can find a treble, will leave himself on a 2-darter, but not that treble.
PT require 141.
Well, the 141 isn't going to go. What can Haywood make of the 121 to square this contest up?
59. Shane, you require 121.
Treble 17 leaves the ball.
96. Peter, you
This
require
to sort
82.
of stop the slide for Pete Hudson.
Tops.
42.
Raises the wire just above.
Shane, you require 25.
And so Haywood's going to come back for the 25 to square this contest up at 2 apiece. It'd be for the break back as well, and so he'd bring the game back to throw, and now has the darts to move 3-2 up.
Fifth flag, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
How a game can change for Peter Hudson.
$81.
I'm Ogle in the chat room. I think my stream is delayed. Yeah, there's a minute lag between what you see in your pictures compared to what goes out live on YouTube. That's just typical to any kind of YouTube stream.
59.
That's nothing that's unique to us. That's just the way YouTube works.
$99.
Do you know what's really weird? You're saying that, but people will hear it in a minute's time. So you'll be sort of saying it almost live, but in a past tense.
So I'm living in the past then. I'm talking about the commentary, just not in general.
56.
There's not a lot in this, but there's a lot to come from
85.
it. Because whoever does lose this game will be stuck on the bottom of the table on 2 points, and we start to then look at the routes ahead and say, have they started to run out of opportunities in lives?
85.
It's taken about 25 points off his average as Peter Hudson in the last 2 legs.
60. PT require 121.
He just needs to find something positive, and He's lost the lie again. You wouldn't think this was the same player who not too long ago was taking out 164.
24. Shane, you require
From
116.
Champagne and Stardust to Spit and Sawdust for Peter Hudson. And so Haywood comes back for 116 to turn this game around from 2-0 down. Haywood's played at this level all match. It's just now it's good enough to compete with Peter.
92. Peter, you
He's
require
now left himself a
97.
double 12 if this 97 isn't converted.
$57. Shane, you require 24.
So double 12 here for Haywood to move 3-2 to the good. There's a good old stare down of the double. Like a Mexican stare down. And just like a
12.
Mexican standoff, no shots are
Peter,
fired.
you require 40.
Tops the break and to move 3-2 up and then have the advantage of foe to win the match. And that's exactly what Peter Hudson has here. He moves 3-2 up. He has the darts to round off a 4-2 win.
Sixth leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on. $42. $140.
Go visit that from Shane. You get the sense, even though Peter's leading at the moment, Shane is the better player.
60.
Yeah, it's all just starting to feel a little bit desperate at the moment for Pete Hudson. But a win here would move him up to third and joint on points without a second place.
137. $96.
But Haywood has 6 on 2-2-4 to take this game all the way to a deciding leg. Well, ever since that spree of early quick-fire results,
60.
Every single game has gone at least 6 legs. Michels being Spee 4-2, Fullwell being Haywood on the last leg decided. Teehan 4-2 against Hudson. Same score Michels against Fullwell and Spee against Teehan. And this one, 3-2 in the favour of the Rock.
39.
But
Shane, you require
Shane here
164.
has a couple of cracks at 164.
$58. $100. Shane, you require 106.
Well, Haywood can't convert this time. And he's made a bit of a mess of it.
26.
Well, we've seen this already. We've seen this in this game. And it was Hudson who did it on that occasion, but not going to repeat the feat.
96. Shane, you require 80.
Well, this to take us the distance. 20 for tops. That's beautifully laid, I have to say.
40.
Oh, but he just fires wide to the left-hand corner.
68.
And so this is to get the job done.
He's going to get 2.
It's now double 2.
64.
It's not
Shane, you require 40.
converted. And so Haywood back for tops to take us all the way.
Game
Last
shot
leg
on the
decider
stick
it
flag,
is.
Shane Haywood.
We go the distance between Haywood and Hudson.
7th and final leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Well, the advantage of throw has been a big deciding factor in most of our fixtures to date. Is it going to be the telling factor here?
97. $99.
So both players with one big treble apiece in the first round of throws. These two, even though Peter got off to a real good start since leg 2, just not been able to be separated. If anything, Shane's probably been just a touch the better player.
$80.
Well, this is good old school match play.
132.
Well, that's kicked the other side in towards the single 12. It leads it closer towards the finishing post. Although if it did hit the single 20, it would have made a difference in terms of him leaving a finish
59.
or not. And so 6 darts here for 187 for Shane Haywood to come back from 2-0 and 3-2 down to win this contest. And I think that single 12 at the end of the previous visit just knocked his arithmetic rhythm out of kilter, but that's more like it.
Really broke his concentration, didn't it, at the back of the stage? And you can't afford that in these sort of legs. Just let him go. It was a deflection. It wasn't like it was a really poorly thrown dart.
60.
And he's going to get 6 darts now 90. To get the job done. To give himself a chance to move him to 4 points.
Again glanced over at the scoreboard as he was about to let rip. Just in the treble 1. And that's what we call the Len Goodman.
$97. Shane, you require 83.
So to seal a 4-3 success, having come back from behind on a couple of occasions. 2-0 down, 3-2 down. Shane Haywood was in this contest. But now, 83 points away from the finishing post. And he's going to have 2 at double 16. And converts. And Shane Haywood is going to be the man that moves on to 4 points in the group. He's going to move up to 3rd in the group. He wanted a very, very tight table. Peter Hudson, even though he's only won the 1 game, is still very much in proceedings. He kickstarted the game well. He was averaging deep above the ton after a couple of legs. Kickstarted the game with a 164. After the break, we're going to begin the final round of matches. Teehan up against Michels. If Michels wins this game, he's guaranteed top spot no matter what going into tomorrow. But if Teehan can pick the points up, he'll move level on points on 6.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 4 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. A really tight group as well. Before the break, Shane Haywood beat Peter Hudson 4-3. Prior to that, Teehan lost out 4-2 to Arnie Spee, who took out a 170 checkout in that particular contest. This is how the table looks. Michels leads it by 2 points on Nick Fullwell in second. Shane Haywood, Teehan and Arnie Spee also on that figure. And if Teehan can beat Michels here, he'd move on to 6 points. But if Michels could win this game, he'd be guaranteed top spot in the group, no matter what happens by the end of today's play. Well, in terms of the numbers, Michels has just been steady throughout the course of the day, but it's been enough to put him in this position where he is a win away from being top of the table, guaranteed going into tomorrow's proceedings.
He finds a way, doesn't he? Finds a way. That's a good sign and a good quality to have as a player. But he's going to have to do something that not many people have done
First
today, and that
leg,
is win
it's
against
Kieran
the
to throw
darts.
First. Game on. $60.
But the thing is, even though Michels is top of the table, you'd perhaps on paper have this as a bit of a pick'ems match.
100.
He certainly won't feel confident being in either camp. Both have played some really good darts, and it's just when are they going to come? When are the moments going to spike?
60. $100.
This is the 4th meeting between these two players this week, both graduates from Group A. Yesterday, Michels won out
59.
by 4 legs to 3, averaging 94.56. Had that 1-2-1 checkout in there to get the better of Teehan in the middle of the day's programme.
125.
Michels went out 4-3 winner on Tuesday as well. And then as far as Monday's action is concerned, Teehan won that by 4 legs to 0.
45.
So 2-1 in the favour of the Dutchman going into their 4th renewal of the week.
$55. $100. Rainer, you
Doesn't leave a
require
finish.
121.
The 100 of Teehan. So Moreno doesn't have to entertain the ball should he find the treble.
57.
Instead, he just brings it down.
Well, Teehan's been in a different postcode, hasn't he, in this first leg? Michels for the break of throw. Look at it. 64.
137.
But
Rainer,
Teehan
you
has left
require
himself on
64.
top, so eventually joining the party in this first leg. But it may be a case of too little, too late.
48.
He says he's joined the
Kieran, you
party. He's
require
a
40.
fashionably late entrance.
Well, we better
shot on
leave
the
because
first
the
leg,
first leg
Kieran
party
Teehan.
is over. Teehan draws first blood, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $55.
By the way, final few moments to get in touch with our Tuxton teaser for the day.
121.
A few of you had a guess, a few of you guessed wrong. How many countries that are playing in the UEFA Euro 2024 Football Championship are also playing
100.
at the 2024 PDC World Cup of Darts? You've got until the end of this game to have a guess. Send it into the chat room, and I will reveal the answer in our next match
97.
between Peter Hudson and Nick Fullwell.
Have we had 2 people have a guess yet, or still just 1?
We've had a couple of handfuls.
You must have
55.
very little hands.
Can you leave my hands out of it?
99.
I shook hands with Jimmy Van Schie and it just didn't look right.
70.
Moreno Michels' throw in trouble here. He's 40 behind plus these.
44.
But I just keep going back to that point. Teehan just doesn't come across as a front-running player. When he gets that opportunity to put his nose in front, it's where the slip comes.
60. Kieran, you require 140.
Well, Teehan, 140 for the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. Moreno got off to a really good start in this game, but things have just fell apart for him somewhat. But this is superb for Teehan.
120.
But he cannot take out the
Moreno,
140.
you require 161.
The 20, though, a much easier equation to break the throw.
90. Kieran, you require 20.
To really give himself a good opportunity on the league table.
Game shot on the second leg. Kieran Teehan.
2-0 to the good. Now,
Third leg. It's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
if he can win by a 3-leg margin, he will temporarily go top of the table.
61. $121.
Although I can tell you Gibraltar aren't in the Euros this year, so that's one you can't get right. Well, they did get a 0-0 draw against
100.
Wales last week.
He's still trying to sell this. We've had 2 entries in the 4 times you've mentioned it so far.
We've had a couple of handfuls, I've told you
96.
this.
1 in each hand, yeah?
$60.
Just being interactive with the audience, that's all.
Yeah, but that means they've got to answer back.
60.
So you've got to give them something to... Why don't you tell them about the league table
60.
and how that can be shaping up over these next 3 fixtures?
Well, indeed, I can, because Moreno Michels is top of the table. Kieran Teehan would level up points for a win in this particular fixture, and also create a little bit of an interesting
93.
finale, because Nick Fullwell could be on 6, and then there'll be a guarantee that Shane Haywood and Arnie Spee are going to finish on 6, or one of them two, because they play in the last game of the session. There is a possibility we have 4 leaders at the top of the table come the end of proceedings, or Moreno Michels could force the comeback and be top of the table on 8
Moreno,
points.
you require 131.
Who put you on fast forward?
Well, fast forward to a moment of brilliance, but the 1-3-1 is going to go for Michels.
81. Kieran, you require
This would be big. This would be one of those really hurting shots. Oh, and that sat beautifully in the board.
120.
Fine effort, and Moreno Michels
50.
would have been stood at the back of the stage, almost expecting that to go in. And that does, and he instantly gets back that breaker throw, which has been the story of the day. How many times have we seen that, where one player breaks and then instantly lose the throw straight back? He did have 6 visits to the board, 18 darts there, Teehan. And you'd be expecting in that situation that should be enough.
60.
And a beautiful dart at tops as well. Just a reminder, we're going to be back tonight at 10 o'clock on the YouTube channel. Group B is going to get underway, and I think that's going to be, for my money, the best group of the week. I think we're going to see the best standard tonight from that Group B. I think we're going to see something special. I think we're going to see 110 plus average, and I think the 9's going to get threatened. I'm going to put it out there right here, right now.
58.
I do think we're going to get a group very similar to what we've got here in Group C, very tightly contested. And 81. I tell you what, I bet Jeff Smith's walking down the Portsmouth seafront with a strawberry and vanilla mixed Mr. Whippy. Very, very happy to be out the way of what he's seeing right now.
120.
Well, he was going to be happy about the fact he's down in Portsmouth seafront, was he?
$42. $131.
Moreno just checking his score to make sure there is no mathematical errors.
89.
Tried to use the ball there to get the
you require 132,
but he actually ended up on something quite handy.
93.
It was a miss that set this up, but it's a finish we've already seen today, just a couple of games ago. Arnie Speed taking it out. Moreno Michels not going to join in, and it could be another
85.
breaker throw here. But this one could be
40.
crucial, because it will give Teehan full control with just a leg to go.
Yeah, that 170 was hit against Teehan. But this is a big dart. Big dart in the context of this contest. And he fires it in. He moves 3-1 up. And now Kieran Teehan is throwing for a win, which would put him to the top of the table. Because he'd be on 6 points plus 2 legs difference. Michels would move back to 0 in terms of legs difference on 6 points. It'd also mean that Nick Fullwell would have the opportunity to go to the top of the table legs difference if he could beat Hudson by a scoreline. And there's a guarantee that one of Arnie Spee and Shane Haywood will be tied at the top. If Kieran Teehan wins this game, there's a guarantee that 3 players will be tied at the top of the table. A possibility there could be 4. And also a possibility that all 6 players could be within 2 points of one another.
Come this time tomorrow, I don't think we'll know the 2 qualifiers.
121.
I think it's going to come right down to this final lap of fixtures, and there's going to be one of those games where one player needs to win 2 legs, and someone will be sat off stage
60.
and we'll be talking about maybe, imagine if we had a camera on them right now. I think it's going to be one of those sort of groups.
96.
Moreno in big trouble here. Needs to find a couple of trebles just to keep pace.
100.
Six starts from 226 to get the job done for Kieran Teehan.
And that's just a guarantee.
100.
He'll probably feel that he's got 9. Unless Moreno fills this up, which he won't do.
140 though makes things very interesting.
You require 126.
Adds a different complexion to the leg. Channel 19. And that's a nice guide for the bullseye.
101.
Would have been some way to win
Moreno,
it.
you require 118.
For a saviour. That's actually sat nice there and inviting for the treble. Just too lofty.
60. Kieran, you require 25.
And it may be too late for Moreno.
He's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 8 to complete a 4-1 victory. And Kieran Teehan temporarily moves up to the top of the Group C table. He gets the better of Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 1. 3 wins and 5 for the Irishman on this first day. A lot of people thought that these two may well be the top 2. Temporarily they are. However, there could be 4 players tied at the top. That depends on whether Nick Fullwell takes on beats Peter Hudson up next. But if Hudson could beat Fullwell, then all 6 players would be within just a couple of points of one another going into tomorrow's action. It's our penultimate match of the afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series, and it sees Peter Hudson and Nick Fullwell go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw Kieran Teehan go temporarily top of the table, going to the better of Moreno Michels impressively by 4 legs to 1. He goes above him on legs difference, 6 points. It's going to be enough for the lead of the group overnight going into tomorrow. Now, if Peter Hudson wins this game, he'd be on the 4. He'd keep Fullwell on 4. He'd guarantee one of Haywood and Spee would be on 6. But it would also mean that all 6 players would be within 6 points of... Sorry, 2 points of one another as far as the group is concerned. Or if Nick Fullwell can win this game, there'd be a guaranteed 4-way tie for the lead because both Arnie Spee and Shane Haywood are on 4 points apiece, and they go toe-to-toe in the
80.
Final game of the afternoon session. What would be your assessment of Nick Fullwell's day? Because we've seen some real good stuff from him at times.
I think he's been performer of the day, but performer of the day and player of the day are two kind of different conversations, aren't they, in regards to who can reach the best performance and who's sort of won the best or the most games. And Nick Fullwell, you'd think, if you'd have said before the start of the day he'd average and play the way he has,
95.
I would have said he'd end the day top of the table. He's in danger here of actually not even being in a qualifying place come the end of today.
Well, Peter Hudson loses his game,
40.
no matter what happens, he's going to be bottom of the table. I don't think many people would have expected that at the beginning of the day. Particularly when at times he's played so well. He got out of the gate so well. Good performance. He battered Arnie Spee off the board 4-0 in the first game of the session. But it just hasn't quite worked out for him ever since.
140.
He's had a better start
PT
to
require
this match.
146.
Even himself on a finish after 9 with the darts.
$97.
Down to 49 after a dozen. Fullwell doesn't have anything by way of a response. One thing I have found with Nick is
70.
sometimes in games it's taken him a leg just to get going into proceedings.
If that's the case, this could be a very interesting game because Peter Hudson raced off in his last fixture, went 2-0 up in a heartbeat.
17.
Just banged into
Nicky
that dart.
require 136.
Blocked himself out from a possibility there. Big ask for Nick Fullwell. Oh, he fancied that, didn't he? And rightly so, the way the dart was sat in the board just
78.
offered him a
PT
big section of that
32.
treble 20.
And so 8-8 now for Hudson
Game
to
shot on
take
first
the opening leg.
Peter
He leads
Hudson.
1-0.
Second leg, it's Nick to throw first. Game on.
I do agree with you, Matt. This table does have a real potential tomorrow to give us sheer drama and
100.
just sheer chaos, really.
That was the opening word when we came on live, wasn't it? The drama begins, and it was like the graphic knew.
123.
Well, the graphic didn't know. It's the person who created the graphic that knew. Well done, graphics operator.
85.
Is that what they call them? You're more down with that type of stuff.
Yes, graphics operator, yes, that's what I believe it to be.
140.
See, every day's a school day. Always learning. But I wonder what these two have learnt about today's
83.
experiences.
$44. $80. $30.
There's
Nicky
a
require
bit of inconsistency in the
153.
Hudson game, but you expect that. He did say at the start of the day, when we managed to catch a word with him, that he's not been playing many darts. Sort of been able to pick and choose where he wants to play and how he
99.
wants to play, and with
PT
that you just
require
lose that
164.
match sharpness of being able to do it leg upon leg.
This would be for his second of the day.
139.
But he cannot repeat the
Nicky
164
require
feet.
54.
$28 leads 26, so double 13 for Fullwell here to square up.
Game shot on the second
And there we are,
leg,
one
Nick
apiece.
Fullwell.
Well, he's gone from one side of the board to the other. And this game being played at a great spirit.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on. $137.
Hudson again starting strong on his throw, and that has been a real factor today, hasn't it? The player throwing first seems to be, more often than not, getting the win. Only on 2 occasions have we had the player throwing second actually winning the leg, or winning the match.
And ultimately, that could be the big difference in terms of the swing in the league table.
100.
It honestly is such a small margins group, this Group C.
$59. $80.
Hudson looking to set up here for a 2-1 lead. Got 6 here from the 210, but hasn't really shaved off much from there.
$140.
Well, that shaves some off. That's half the score for Nick Fullwell. But that's beautifully inviting. Surprised to see him change. Again, just taking a moment to work out the mathematics.
94. Nick, you require
Fullwell looking for the
140
140 to break the throw of Hudson to move 2-1 in front. Hudson's out on a single to double combo if this doesn't go. He goes tops.
100.
Unable to convert with Dark 2. And so
56.
The Rock is back for 2-1 lead. And he's going to get 2 at tops.
$36.
This
Nick, you require 40.
to rock the Rock.
$20. Peter, you require 20.
Well, Hudson wins that crucial exchange to move 2-1 to the good.
Four
I mean, this isn't exactly my area of expertise, Matt, but were you more of a Rock man or were you more of a John Cena man?
81.
I can tell from that question that it's definitely not
83.
your thing. You've compared 2 eras about 10 to 15 years apart.
$81.
So hold on, so you know that like meme that's all over the internet about Cena and Dwayne Johnson once in a generation? Is that not a fight or what was that?
93.
That was one of those rare sort of comparing. I feel like this will take me too long to explain to you.
96.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me rephrase the question because I've had some communication in my ear. Apparently it's The Rock or Austin, isn't it?
See, that makes more sense.
58.
Yes.
So, which one was it?
Well, I think as we're watching The Rock, I'll go with The Rock, but...
So really the answer's Austin then?
108.
Max or Fullwell?
95.
Oh, bit of a slip there for Hudson's. Give Nick Fullwell 6 starts from here.
The 25 double 19 route.
25.
I mean, I get it, and I don't. It's one of those sort of shots. It's kind of like your last question.
Where's the jury out still in this leg?
38.
This to square proceedings up at 2-2.
Game shot on the
Well, no
flag,
issues there.
Nick Fullwell.
Level we are, 2-2. This contest, really, these two have been quite
Fifth
inseparable
flag,
if
it's
the
Peter to throw first.
truth be told about
Game on.
proceedings.
$23.
Frustration starting to show for Hudson, and that's been something that's been a little bit visible throughout the day. His best performance, really, or the most clinical performance, was performance number 1.
45.
And maybe just the fact he's had to come back up here and play those 5 fixtures, trying to stay on throughout the whole of the day. It's a long time to keep that
57.
concentration, to try and find those peaks in performance, but again, visible frustration.
$45. $108.
Well, that's a recovery there for Pete Hudson. How old was you in 2011, Henry?
I was 10.
When you was 10 years old, I remember watching Pete Hudson
45.
around this time of year, when the UK Open used to be in its the great carnation of the UK Open, when it was up at the Reebok Stadium in Bolton. Pete Hudson was playing his second ever UK Open at that stage. He was on the main stage on the Thursday night, and he beat a player called Magnus Carris. He did that with a 10-darter in the final leg.
PT require 101.
Wonder if we're going to get to that final leg again, where he's going to need to try and dig something big out of the bag.
Was that the same year as that
57.
game between himself and Steve Beaton at the World Championship, Magnus Carris?
I don't think that was 2011. Might have been 2013.
80. PT require 44.
Now this is to put himself 3-2 to the good. He's going to have 2 in his hand at double 16.
Game
Oh,
shot
no
on the
mistake.
fifth
That was a
flag,
clean,
Peter
clinical
Hudson.
kill there from Peter Hudson to move himself 3-2 to the good.
Sixth flag, it's Nick to throw first. Game on. $100.
That's a leg away from guaranteeing, and all 6 players are sort of in a win of each other going into tomorrow's proceedings here at the Live Lounge.
Wow, actually, I've
140.
referenced that UK Open, the 2011 one. It was actually this very week that the UK Open happened. It was the 2nd to the 5th of June 2011, when Pete Hudson
60.
arguably had one of his crowning moments on that big stage at the Reebok.
Do you play in that one?
I did.
140.
Did quite well, actually. That was an unearthing for quite a few players, 2011.
$36.
Joe Mernon bursting onto the scene. Andrew Gilding's first big event.
Of course,
91.
Nico's great run at that championship.
Mark Hilton reaching the quarter-final stage as well. Reece Robinson, another player who had
60.
a good run that week.
130.
Well, Hudson looking to bookend the day with wins. He's going to get 6 darts here. Do exactly that, and that's a minimum of 6.
94.
Beautiful last start there to leave himself a double after 12. That's a solid leg and really challenges the throw. It's in his hands. It's up to Pete now. There is nothing Nick Fullwell can do but hit, stand and cross the fingers and toes.
36.
For a 4-2 win. And
Game
Peter
shot,
Hudson
unmatched.
bookends the
Peter
day with
Hudson.
victories. A 13-darter to get over the line. 4-2 against Nick Fullwell after he got out the tracks flying with a 4-0 win against Arnie Spee. The 3 fixtures in the middle didn't herald much before the rock, but them two having a good exchange with one another. I'm going to chat about the game that they have just played, and that's the tail of the tape from the contest. Hudson a 4-2 winner against Nick Fullwell. Our final game of the day is between Arnie Spee and Shane Haywood. The winner will move level on points with Kieran Teehan and Marina Michels at the top of the table with 6. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to see our final game of the afternoon session here in Portsmouth, and it sees Arnie Spee and Shane Haywood go toe-to-toe. The winner will move on to 6 points in the group. They'll be guaranteed at least a tie for the lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's play. It's currently a lead that's occupied by Kieran Teehan at the top of the group. 6 points plus 2 in terms of the leg difference. If Haywood wins this for 2 or better, he will be top of the table overnight. Arnie Spee, actually, because of that win for Peter Hudson, has gone down to bottom spot in the table. Peter Hudson has gone up from the bottom place in the group up to third because of that 4-2 win against Nick Fullwell before the break. He had the opportunity to move joint top himself. But there is a guarantee. In the end of this one, somebody's going to be on 6 points alongside Teehan and Michels at the top of the table, and everybody's still in it because there'll only be a couple of points separating the three.
Well, Arnie Spee is actually bottom of the table going into this game, and with the right result here, it could go and leapfrog the entire group. Could have started from the bottom, then he's in.
Well, he would actually go from bottom to the top with a 4-0 win because he'd be tied on legs 1 with Kieran Teehan, tied on legs difference at +2, and the next determining factor is the head-to-head. And Arnie Spee beat Kieran Teehan by 4 legs to 2. However, he might be getting a little bit enthusiastic about that fact because Shane Haywood against the darts has got off to a really good start here. And it's been a really good start to his campaign, to his group, his proceedings.
140.
He's been steady throughout the course of the day. Hasn't really dovetailed, has he? In terms of his performances, we kind of know what to expect from him. It's around those mid to late teens. Maybe if he did just have that little blip against Peter Hudson last time out. Doesn't have to go for the ball. He does go for the ball. He finds the ball for 1-2-1 to break the throw in 12. Haywood's up and running.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Beautiful opening leg, 12 darter there to break the throw, and speed nowhere to be seen. Back on 220.
59.
Well, that is our 8th ton plus
59.
checkout of the session. Peter Hudson responsible for 3 of them. Arnie Spee responsible for a couple, including the big fish, which has now been taken out in back-to-back weeks here in
85.
Series 8, and actually in back-to-back weeks in Group C, because Bradley Roos took it out in Group C last week. And actually the plethora of finishes have been superb today. The 170, 164, we've had a 120, now 121. When it's been on this session, it's been on. But there's also been 44. A couple of games which have gone in the other direction. And fear not, we're back for more tonight from 10 PM on the Super Series YouTube channel, where the likes of Justin Hood, Adam Lipscomb, Chris Quantock, Jim Long and Adam Mould will be jostling it out for position. 3 for 5 making it through Group B. Remember, it's 2 from 6 that make it through this particular group, Group C, come 59. The end of play tomorrow, come this time tomorrow.
Well, at this point of the last leg, Shane Haywood had thrown enough darts to win the leg. Now he's not even halfway through it. This is what we were saying earlier about the amount of times people break the throw and then sort of just hand that advantage straight back.
54. Arnie, you require 86.
So effectively cancel the first leg out. He's going to get a dart at double 10. 68 remaining. His opponent on a finish, so went treble 16 to leave double 10. I think Arnie's going to be really happy
20.
about the way today went in terms of the performances he's put in. He'd be more happy if he could pick the 2 points up in this particular contest, but he needs to find the double 5. That's been the one issue. The score has been much better today, but at times he has been found out on the finishing.
Hold on, that is beautiful. Bottom wire. Just where he wants it to be. So he can lay one on top.
You require 20.
But another opportunity here for Arnie Spee to get that throw back.
Game shot on a second leg.
How many times do you see
Arnie
suddenly
Spee.
when there's a case of urgency, the player pins 1-1?
Third leg, it's Arnie to throw
the
first.
Frustration there on Shane.
Game on.
Breaks in 12, then can't hold in 18.
So a very conspicuous look on his face. It's been a conspicuous
81.
afternoon.
In fact, make that hold in 21.
$140.
And again with a strong start against the darts. But I wonder how this game could change as the finishing line approaches for the pair, because both will know the opportunity that they have in this game. Whether the winner can go at least level on point to the top of the table.
100. $59.
Needs to find a treble.
60.
Couldn't sneak away between the posts. And so it's presented Arnie here with 6 darts from 2-2-1 to move himself 2-1 up. And I mean that
60.
From that first leg break, Shane Haywood would find himself behind the 8 ball all of a sudden in this contest.
Could use the 18s here. 16 scored, leaves him 185.
31.
Instead, he
require
fancies a poke at the
161.
170. A finish we have seen go already today. It was actually Arnie Spree that hit that.
61.
He could be hoisted by his own petard here. Another one of them. Oh, just above the wire. It was a well-thrown dart, but just above the target.
98. Arnie, you require 100.
Need to be Arnie's third ton plus checkout of the day if he took out the ton.
25.
But now Haywood's got
Shane,
the opportunity to find the
72.
third consecutive break at the beginning of this match. And he's going to have 2 in his hand at double 18 to do exactly that.
36. Arnie, you require 75.
Double top. 2-1 Arnie
on the
Speed.
third leg, Arnie
He's halfway
Speed.
towards being the co-leader overnight.
Fourth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $59.
What a turnaround as well, considering he only won 1 game in his whole of his Group A campaign, and now he's well and truly in with a chance of qualifying for Saturday night, which, when he walked in the venue on Monday morning, he was just happy to be here. Never mind thinking about qualifying for Saturday. Imagine the smile on his face if he walked through those doors on Saturday
95.
as a player.
Well, Dad, who's with him this week, would be a very proud man. He's so proud of his son, as it is. In matter of fact, the Spee family
45.
actually held no more than a stone's throw away from the Quip, which is the home venue, the home stadium of Feyenoord Football Club. Big supporters.
125.
Which is why he's got his own song in his local leagues, Arnie Spee, based off that of Arnie Slot, who's just departed there to join Liverpool as manager.
100.
Actually, the shirt of his sports club in Juarez, the Cowboys.
140. $80.
Well, there's
Shane,
82
you
for
require
Haywood
82.
to level this contest up at 2 apiece. Oh, beautifully found the bullseye.
50.
Cannot execute the double 16, but not a necessity to do so at this turn.
$81. Shane, you require 32.
Double 16 for level game. Up for double 8. 2 fours, big dart, big moment, and that could be a
24.
big miss for Shane
Arnie, you
Haywood because
require 95.
Speed comes back for 95 to get the break of throw to move 3-1 to the good, and then would have the darts for the match. With double.
39.
And he could be in trouble if Haywood
Shane, you
converts
require
this.
8.
Nice trip, sir.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And Arnie
Shane
Spee
Haywood.
is hoping it's not going to be a fatal slip-up. 2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Arnie to throw first. Game on. $85. $108.
Well, that is some way to pile the pressure on the Arnie Speed throw. Shane Haywood kicking off max in leg 5.
85.
Big last there for Arnie, just keeps him interested.
$60.
This will be the first game when we come back to tomorrow as well, and the fixtures will be played out in reverse. And that is a horrific time
40.
to find a dart on the floor.
Just hands the advantage to Haywood against the throw.
100.
Just quickly to give up some housekeeping, the answer to the tungsten teaser was 16.
60. Shane, you require 161.
And this is 6 darts on 161. He's already had a 1-2-1 in this match. And that was when Arnie wasn't on a finish. And he pins the 161 as well. And that could be another dagger to Arnie Spee. A finishing masterclass for the Welshman.
Sixth leg, it's Shane.
It's another 12 dart break as well.
Game on.
Last time he did that, though, he followed it 21 darts and couldn't hold the throw. I'm sure he won't make the same mistake again. Has he learnt from the error?
And the difference is this time he's going to win the match. It's not the first leg.
81.
Okay, Spee was nowhere to be seen, but that is going to hurt the Dutchman, who was just chuckling 99. To himself in the background. He's almost expecting of the bullseye to go.
Sometimes you fear the worst and it happens.
59. 100. 60.
Shane Haywood is hoping that this is the last leg of the afternoon session. However, fear not, we're back again tonight from 10 o'clock on the
98
Super Series YouTube channel. We've got a very good lineup for Group B. Headlined by a man who won a challenge tour just a couple of days ago, Justin Hood. But Arnie Spee wants to give us a final leg of the day. But he may not get the opportunity to.
137.
Settled himself into that shot there, Shane Haywood. Just obviously the heart rate getting a little high for him, and he wouldn't throw until he was ready.
140.
Good composure,
Shane,
but
you require 164.
A massive 140 to give him some hope.
He's not going to add the 164 to the collection. So Spee's going to come back for the 64 to take us all the way to a deciding leg in the final game of the afternoon.
Arnie, you require 64.
16 for tops.
Tops to take us the distance.
24.
Grazes the wire just above, and so Shane Haywood now 76 to complete a 4-2 win. A 4-2 win, which would be enough to put him to the top of the table, above Kieran Teehan on legs difference. If Arnie Spee wins this leg, then Kieran Teehan will be top of the table overnight. But Haywood has a look over the scoreboard
36.
And hopes
Arnie, you require
that
40.
Spee can't convert. And now it gets nervy. Now it gets tetchy.
20.
And that width of a wire
Shane,
could well be
40.
that for Arnie Spee, because Shane Haywood comes back looking at tops to complete a 4-2 win to complete the afternoon session. It would put him to the top of the pile. But he's found a single 5 and the drama
14.
continues.
Arnie, you require 20.
Well, I said he surely won't make the same mistake twice. Well, he broke in 12, couldn't hold in 21. He's done the same again, broke in 12.
No score.
But he gets away with it.
Shane, you require 26.
It's double 13, lucky for Shane. Arnie Spee looks in the background. He's looking up to the commentary box. He may well be shaking the hand of Shane Haywood, because he completes a 4-2 win.
Haywood.
And it's going to be the Welshman who on 6 points overnight is going to be the ADC qualifier who tops the table going into day 2. He beats Arnie Spee by 4 legs to 2. 2 ton plus checkouts, the 1-2-1 and the 1-6-1, both for 12 dart legs against the throw. Spee had a couple of moments, but just couldn't quite make anything stick in the doubling department. Haywood wins 4-2 in the final game of the afternoon session. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our afternoon session has reached its culmination here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Myself and Matthew could be watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we've seen on this Thursday afternoon, and it really is a tightly compacted table at the top end. Halfway through the session, everybody was on the same number of points, and the table actually reads quite a bit of a halfway house as well. Trying to make sense of what we've seen, and good luck doing so, is Matthew Edgar. Let's begin with Shane Haywood. Won the last game before the break there against Arnie Spee. He's going to be the player top of the table on legs difference overnight. And it just felt like over the course of the day, he was the one who just found that most streamlined level.
That last game, that last performance, that could be crucial when we start evaluating this in regards to who's going to qualify. Arnie Spee, he had darts, he had chances. Had he taken them, he would have had the throw in the last leg. Shane Haywood may have been in a world of trouble. Arnie might have been in a position where we're talking about him now in terms of looking good and looking in a qualification position. We've got to say he has looked good. He's looked very good at times today, much improved from Group A, but didn't have enough there to stop Shane Haywood, who... Those finishes, those 12 dart legs, that was brilliant, that from Shane Haywood. And it's just that little bit of consistency. If you can just find that, he's going to be the danger. And
they felt like straws that broke the camel's back, didn't they, in that game against Arnie?
Yeah, and it was the throw afterwards. When I say consistency, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at those 12 darters to break and then lost it in 21. And then he required enough visits that he would have had 8 visits to the board in order to get over the line in the end, and that's just got to tighten up a little bit. Certainly if he gets through to Saturday, but the biggest task at the moment is just getting there.
Well, it's Shane Haywood who lost out there to Nick Fullwell, who put in some really good performances today. Would you feel though that perhaps at the end opportunity missed for that game against Peter?
Nick Fullwell?
Yes.
Oh, I think it's an opportunity missed in general for Nick Fullwell today. I think Nick Fullwell's played very... If you look at the performance, look at the averages, look at the stats, look at the consistency as such. Nick Fullwell has probably been the best player by a long way, but he's not turned those into results. And we see this quite a lot where you see someone performing well, but they don't win. And there's a difference between being a good player and being a good performer. And today Nick Fullwell was a good performer, but he didn't play well in terms of lost those key moments, and that's what's really cost him today. He'll probably be very disappointed when he goes back and looks at it and thinks, how didn't I come away with a lot more than I've got?
The finishing was fun today, wasn't it?
Oh, some great finishes. I've said all week, haven't I, that there's not many better. We saw in the opening game a 160 finish, and we said, well, there's not too many better than that. And we've had them all. We've had all the top finishes this week. It's been an exhibition of finishing, capped off with that 170 finish earlier on. Peter Hudson, we were 164, and Hudson even teased us to further 164s as well throughout the day. So, although there's not been all the time brilliance, we've had the ingredients of an absolutely brilliant day.
all about putting the piece of the jigsaw together. And do you think actually that's a general assessment for everybody going into tomorrow?
Well, it's exactly what we expected it to be as well, isn't it? Before we started, we said that all these players have got the ingredients and the pieces. Who's going to put it together? And at the moment, I would say we're none the wiser. Because yes, we've got a league table now that's taking a little bit of shape, but I think that's going to get blown wide open by lap number 2 tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at the league table then, following the end of the first day's play in Group C, because it's actually Shane Haywood from Teehan and Michels. Let's talk about both the players in second and third. Begin with Kieran, because that last game against Moreno, we just don't know how important that could be come the end of proceedings.
Teehan should have looked at this group, like I said at the very start of the day, as something he should be winning. And he should see this as a good opportunity, because he'll go in there and look around the room and think there's not really a player in here where you go, that's the man to beat. And when you don't do that, it must be yourself. And as a 2-time weekly winner, we'd expect him to be that. But the odds compilers didn't put him in as favourite to win this. And I would find that, if I was Kieran Teehan, a little bit of a sort of a kick, a little bit of a G up to sort of go on and get the job done.
Well, the man who was favourite was Michels. He's in that mix on 6 points, but have we still not learned anything from this week? Is it very hard to get a tell of him?
I think he's a favourite on the fact that he nearly won a series, and that doesn't get forgotten very quickly. And it certainly doesn't by the odds compilers. They know what he's got in there, and that can come out at any time. Has it come out yet? I don't think it has. I think there's so much more that we can see yet from Michels. And do we see that tomorrow? We're going to have to. Because if we don't, we're not going to see him on Saturday. And that would be a disappointing week for Moreno, who no doubt comes here expecting a Saturday night every time he's here.
Well, just before we leave you this afternoon, let's talk about Group B, which is kicking off tonight from 10 o'clock. Justin Hood's going to be in the mix. He won a Challenge Tour earlier on this weekend, averaged 107 in the final. And actually, we've got 2 of the top 10 players in terms of the Challenge Tour overall averages this year in action. Chris Contoc also in that particular category. You just get the sense that the standard may just go up a little bit tonight.
Absolutely. I've not mentioned Adam Lipscomb yet, who I'm really excited to see on the evidence of what I saw when I was down here last time. And Adam Lipscomb was here. He was a big hitter, 100-plus averages. And I think he's going to step it up again tonight. And I think everyone's going to step it up. It's going to be a great group. We're not even counting Jim Long in that yet, who at times in Group A was absolutely sublime. So, yeah, it's going to be a really intriguing group. And I think we're going to get the same as we've got here in Group C, where come the end of tonight, we're going to be none the wiser as to what's going to happen.
Well, Matt, thank you very much for now. Eat up, rest up. We'll see you again later on this evening, where we're going to be live from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B starts. But as far as Group C is concerned, it's all about 6, baby. 3 players all tied at the top.